Hey, hey, welcome to another episode of Midnight Quest, where tonight we will be continuing our hero's journey to end the Spirit Queen's torment. Tonight, the heroes are entering the eastern swamps for what I'm pretty sure is the very first time in this campaign. We are going to be spending a decent amount of time here later on in the campaign, but for now, we are going through Blackfire Pass and entering Bleak Swamp Fortress, which is right on the western edge of the eastern swamps. So for the first time, we are headed in there, this time in search of the scout Udrin, and also looking still for Nelath's remains, which in the last quest, we searched her tomb and didn't find them. So we're headed off to see if we can find them over here instead. All right, hope everybody's doing good tonight. I see we got Gohan and we got Sarah in there. Oh, Dr. Funnut is here too. So we've already got a good amount of people going. So let's talk about what heroes are going on the quest tonight and get into this thing for sure. We do not have Sigil the Bard tonight, so he didn't end up getting drawn for the random draw, but he will likely be on the next quest or the one after that. There's not that many cards left in the deck, so we should be seeing him soon, but regardless of whether or not we see him tonight, we do have a couple of new redeems that you can do for channel points that are interesting regarding him specifically. I'm hoping to add some more hero-specific ones, but particularly for when he is on quests, we'll have a couple of things we can either praise him for good things or make fun of him for doing dumb things. Okay, let's talk about what heroes are going on the quest tonight. We have, leading off the pack, Robert Tylan, the Berserker. Next, we have Paya, the Monk. We have Morkai, the Wizard. Seems like we just saw him not that long ago. And we have Treyas, the Wizard. So an interesting party tonight. A fair bit of magic going in. We've got a little bit of heavy hitting from Robert, and actually a pretty balanced amount of long range, right? So Robert has no long range, Paya has kind of garbage long range, but Morkai and Treyas have decent long range but bad close range. So a honestly kind of balanced party. So this should be definitely interesting. I am realizing just now that I forgot to determine what level difficulty we are at. So let's take a look at that. I was a little behind tonight, so I didn't get everything done. There's always at least one thing that I leave off the to-do list every time. Okay, so let's see. Robert's got 34, Paya's got 34, Morkai's got 28. Gohan distracted me with Power Rangers. Yes, we were having a pretty fun conversation about Power Rangers in the pre-stream chat tonight before we started. Looks like Treyas also has 34. That's 130. Okay, that puts us very firmly in level 4 difficulty. So we are back to level 4 difficulty. All monsters have an extra body point and attack dice. Boss monsters cannot be shot at. I don't think we have a boss tonight. No, we don't. Okay, so all the monsters have an extra body point and an extra attack dice. There we go. Okay, let's get the music started. Let's read the quest text, and let's get into playing this one. Let me make sure I know what we're doing here. Okay. Yep, I think we got it. Oh no, Justin says he missed the void. That's bad news, man. You missed it. Well, here you go, just for you. There you go, a little bit of second void for you there. Okay. Yes. More void emotes, more void emotes. Is that what our 100 follower stream is? Is it just like an hour and a half long void? Is that what we're doing? Leviani is here as well. Good to see you. Void in the ad break too, yeah. There's another thing you guys pay. That's some more premium content right there, is extra void. Justin says 24-hour void stream. Classic. All right, here's our music getting started. All right, we are in Book 5, Spirit Queen's Torment, and tonight is Quest 4. This quest is called The Goblin Warrens. Let's see. This appears to be from Mentor. You have proven yourselves heroes with your victory against the sorcerer Kavra, who seemed to combine the elemental magics. Bleak Swamp Fortress, where Nelath's corpse was taken, is an evil place. Zargon's forces can be found there in great numbers. Beware the goblins and their traps while looking for Udrin, a guard who can help us learn Zargon's plans. Find access to a lower level, for my divination suggests she is below ground. Okay, I guess that was Sylvana. We're talking about divinations, must be Sylvana. Either way, we have arrived at the ground level of Bleak Swamp Fortress, which is called the Goblin Warrens, and we are looking for a staircase to go deeper. Yeah, Justin says several books in, still just proving ourselves as heroes. Yes, very true. Okay, we have an entrance door tonight, which is kind of nice. Feels like it's been a little while since we have entered through an entrance door rather than a staircase. So let's go ahead and load everybody up here. Robert, Paya, Morkai, and Treus. Gohan says some of them are, yeah. Yeah, some of them are going in and wiping rooms clean, and then some of them are still, you know, not searching for traps. Okay, so it looks like we are headed into the quest via that square right there. So let's go ahead and put down the stuff that is in this hallway. We have a couple of walls that we can see. There's one all the way down here and one all the way up here. There is a door that is up there by that wall as well, leading into the wooden room there. Gohan says some of them are smitten with orcs. Yeah. Gramina. And then, of course, they can also see straight down the hallway in front of them as well. Oh, I fake coughed, and it made me real cough. That's annoying. We got a couple more doors in this area right here. And right here. And I think that's all they can see right at the moment. Yes, believe it or not, no monsters right off the bat, but that is where we are at. Okay, I would guess too. I'm going to try and keep an eye out for a halfway point, because this does not look like a very short quest to me, especially considering we're also in level 4 difficulty. I'm guessing it is extremely likely we do not finish this quest tonight. Anything's possible. We're going to try our best, but I'm going to keep an eye out for a halfway point and see what time it is when we get to that. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, so probably when we're about 6 or so rooms in, we should be looking at what time it is to see what we think about. Oh no, we've got a dread spell right off the bat. Justin's going right in with it. And Gohan says that's going to depend on the dice. You are 100% correct. Yeah. As always, the dice are figuring it out. Okay, well, let's start off the quest with the dread spell. Let's see who's getting hit and with what. We got our big old deck full of dread spells here ready to go. First off, this spell is getting cast on Paya. Nextly, we are going 14 spells down into the deck. Let me grab the top chunk of cards here. Why is there a water spell on top of the dread deck? That's not where that goes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Summon undead. Hey, we can do that. So I guess this isn't necessarily being cast on Paya. In this case, this spell is just being cast into the quest here in this entrance area. Excuse me. Roll 1 movement dice to see how many monsters appear. We got a 6, which means we are getting 2 zombies and 2 mummies. Not bad. 2 zombies and 2 mummies. And we'll just go ahead and populate our beginning hallway with these guys. So this spell normally is meant to summon monsters to surround the dread or chaos sorcerer that cast them. In this case, that's not how this works, so we'll just go ahead and put a couple of zombies down like so, and a couple of mummies down like a so. Dang, yes, just says fighting in the entrance room. That don't happen much. Oh, never mind. Yeah, no. Being that the entrance room is also kind of a void area, it has squares, but it's not really meant to. I think let's leave it in the actual quest itself. Okay, these are also not just wandering monsters. Uh-oh. Oh, it's because I said void. Jeez, you guys. You made me panic and think the stream had stopped working. That took me like 2 seconds too late to realize why you were saying void in the chat. Yeah. I love that both of you had the exact same idea with that too. Oh, geez. Okay, so these are not wandering monsters, so they also will not immediately attack. Even when that spell is cast normally, the monsters that are summoned don't immediately attack unless it's the monster's turn. So these guys some of them might get killed off before they do anything. But that's how it goes. Okay. So we are starting off with Robert Tylan. His options are many at this point. Actually, he can search the long hallway for traps or secret doors. He can search the hallway straight out for traps or secret doors, or he can ignore all searching and just immediately go attack a monster. So let's see what he is doing. Can't do face cards. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the third option, which is searching for traps down this straight hallway right here. So we'll go ahead and put down a trap marker, and indeed there is a falling boulder trap right here. That is the only trap in that hallway, though. Second action, Robert. Are we searching for secret doors in the long hallway, secret doors in the short hallway, or going to attack? King is no help. He is going to attack. Okay, now he can't actually attack, but he can move up to one of those monsters. Looks like he's headed this way. 1, 2. We don't need to roll for that. He's guaranteed a 2. Justin says, nothing outside of dungeons exists. Only inside dungeon exists in this universe. Yeah, exactly. Someday, all right, we get this community big enough and I start making enough money, I would absolutely love to create a physical overworld that takes up basically an entire room. Maybe this entire room. An actual physical square tiled overworld. I would love to absolutely do that. Let's turn Midnight Quest into an open world exploration board game. Bunch of dungeon interiors floating around in the void. Yes, exactly. Okay, Paya. What's she got? She can search for traps in the long hallway, secret doors in the long hallway, secret doors in the short hallway, or go attack some stuff. She's going for secret doors in the short hallway. Let's see, are there any? There is none. That leaves her with either searching for traps in the big hallway or going and attacking stuff. She's also going and attacking stuff, and she also can't actually, so we'll just move her up to this zombie. Okay, Mordecai. What kind of stuff does he have? He did end up with a rock skin spell that he could cast, so let's include that as a possibility for him. This long hallway still hasn't been searched for anything, so traps in the long hallway, secret doors in the long hallway, cast rock skin on himself, ignore all of that, and try to help attack monsters. He is going for the second option, which was secret doors in the long hallway. Afraid not, Mordecai. We are getting a lot of searching done right off the bat. It's kind of wild. They usually just about ignore searching, and now we're doing all of the searching instead of attacking all of the monsters in the hallway. Okay, second action, Mordecai. Traps in the hallway, rock skin spell, or attack. Position to attack, basically. Yeah, so just like the other two, he searched for something and then positioning himself. Let's go ahead and put him here. Just because if Treyas decides to attack something, if we put Mordecai right there, Treyas won't be able to attack anything. Treyas, geez. Did he pull a rock skin? No, he did not. Okay, so traps in the long hallway or attack monsters? He's going for traps in the long hallway. Gosh. Okay, there is indeed a spear trap, just one singular spear trap in the long hallway. It is right there. That is the only trap in the long hallway, and I guess that means he'll go ahead and move into the quest, and that is all that he can do. We'll get rid of the entrance door here. One moment, because I just remembered. Atreus also has the artifact Spell Ring, which enables him to cast one of his spells twice. At the beginning of the quest, the wearer must declare which of their spells will be stored in the ring, and I did not do that. We're going to give him an additional heal body spell to make up for that, having the one spell that he can cast twice. Okay, well, that's going to take us to the monster's turn, and both of these zombies get free hits on these heroes since not a single one of these morons thought to attack. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be mad at them for actually searching for once, but free hits from the monsters, I guess. All right, first off, zombie swinging its cleaver at Robert, hitting him with a 1. He's got a little bit of better defense now. And he blocks. He's got a tiny bit better defense thanks to his mithril mail that he's got from the Tier 2 armory. Up here, we also have another zombie swinging its cleaver at Paya, hitting her with a 2. Now, she's got really good defense, doesn't she? Yes. I think she's maxed out. And look at that. 6 defense dice did not block a single one of those, getting hit with both of those and dropping her to 11 from a monster that was magically summoned to the board and not even on the quest map. Gohan says, does the mummy have to disarm the trap? Nope. But that would be pretty funny. Could you imagine being a hero and looking down a hallway and there's a mummy like desperately fumbling with a spear trap trying to get it to not fire at it? I don't even think I could bring myself to kill that mummy. It's just too funny. Okay, that's going to bring us back to the front of the hero's turn. It is Robert's turn, and he is attacking Ye Olde Zombie. Getting a battle axe in here, swinging his battle axe. Hitting that zombie with a 3. That is probably going to be death for that zombie. Yes, indeed, the zombie doesn't defend a single thing, and Robert has started off this quest strong by obliterating that guy. Gohan says, I think that would fit the quest perfectly. Just all the heroes stop to turn and look like, huh? Yeah. They walk past it, and they're all like to each other. They're like, did you see the mummy trying to disarm that trap? Like, I didn't imagine that, right? The mummy joins their ranks, but that's all he can do. He doesn't attack, he just disarms traps. Perfect. Second action, Robert, there's nothing left to search for, but he is kind of an attacky sort of guy, so let's just go ahead and send him forward for the mummy. That's going to take us over to Paya, who is also attacking a zombie over there. Paya throws a punch, hitting that zombie with a 1. Spoiler alert, that's not how you do it. At least the zombie did not block that attack, taking 1 damage, but holding on to undeath. Gohan says, can we just leave the mummy to try and disarm it, come back and check on him later? Yeah. Clear at the very end of the quest. We'll just see if the mummy has gotten rid of this spear trap or not. Oh, Standing Wolf is there. How's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. I saw you were live earlier. I was, I might have been at work still. I don't remember if I was at work or if we were putting the kids to bed when I saw you were live. Hope your stream went good. Justin says, begging for its non-life. Yes. Afraid there is nothing else that Paya can do. It's a little early to be using any of her monk elements, and nothing is specifically going to help her anyway. No more searching can be done, so let's go ahead and move on to Morkai. Morkai is in a weird position here. He would have to move back into the hallway to help attack these monsters. There is still 3 of them, so it's probably not a terrible idea for us to do that. It would be a little foolish to let him go on opening doors when other people are doing stuff. Unlife, I like that, Gohan, yeah. Oh, very nice. Dr. Fun, that's on a 20 stream streak. That's awesome. Awesome, and thank you very much for that. Yeah, you know what? Let's get Morkai down here to help Robert. We'll go ahead and roll him for this. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Nice. Standing Wolf says it's good. I found out that my phone can handle the Elgato Stream Deck app, so I'm able to operate my OBS. Nice! Oh, that's super cool. And Dr. Funna says, I wish I could give strength to the monster. Okie dokie, let's see what we got going on here. Morkai, let me take a look just to make sure what we're doing the right thing here. Yeah. Okay. Morkai sends a blast of energy with his redwood wand at the mummy, hitting it with a 1. And it does not block. Damaged but not destroyed. That mummy now has 2 body points. There we go. That's going to take us to Treyas. Ah, there you go. We are increasing that mummy's stats. The one that just got attacked, I assume? Or are we talking about the mummy next to the trap? Either way, it's Treyas' turns. I can afford to wait on that answer. The trap one. Got it. Got it. Oh, nice. Standing Wolf's on a 3-stream streak. Really appreciate that, Standing Wolf. Thank you. That is awesome. And Gohan says he's my disarming buddy now. Oh man, you're gonna make me feel bad for killing this guy. We actually could have left him alone if he was down the other hallway. He or she, yeah, I'm not sure. If this mummy ever had a discernible gender, it is likely rotted away at this point. All the stuff inside is gone. Oh, Treyas, let's attack that zombie that is standing by Paya there. Sending a blast of energy with the redwood wand. He hits that mummy, or sorry, the zombie with a 1. And the zombie blocks it. No dice. Or 3 dice, but no hits. No skulls. No skulls. Treyas has only done that one thing, isn't that right? None of these spells are really worth casting on undead monsters like this at this point. We need to increase that mummy stat. I'm going to forget to do that if we don't. Okay, low card for attack, medium card for defense, high card for body points. King is going to be redraw. That is a low card. That means 1 extra attack dice for that mummy, and it was already boosted attack by our difficulty chart. That makes 1 very strong mummy with 5 attack dice. 5 attack dice, 4 defense dice, and 3 body points means that we've essentially made that mummy the same difficulty as a gargoyle. That's pretty awesome. As a basic gargoyle, not a level 4 difficulty gargoyle, but still. That does indeed bring us to the monster's turn, so let's go ahead and take care of that. Let's get the zombie attacking Paya first, swinging its cleaver and hitting her with a 1, which she blocks. And then coming back down here to this mummy, which is not the powered up one, attacking Robert. Swinging a fist and hitting Robert with a 1, which he blocks. Monsters are, they're giving us an easy time. I guess these were conjured monsters that weren't even supposed to be here, so it's not a big deal if they're not swinging too hard. We still haven't even hit the actual quest monsters yet. All right, back to the front of the hero's turn. We are back to Robert attacking that mummy. Robert swings his battle axe, hitting that mummy with a 2. The mummy blocks 1 and takes 1. Yeah, okay. Meaning that mummy is down to 1 body point remaining. Anything else Robert can do? I mean, he could use his magical throwing dagger to finish it off, but that should probably be saved for a little bit more of a dire situation. Same thing with the Enrage. It's a little early to be pulling out fancy stuff, probably. Ouch, yeah. Okie dokie, that's going to take us to Paya, who can hopefully finish off this zombie for us. Paya throws a punch at the zombie, hitting it with a critical hit of 4, and that, even in level 4 difficulty, is a skilled strike on that zombie. That zombie is super dead. There's another fancy sound redeem we could have. We need a super dead sound effect. Just the nastiest, grossest splat sound that you can imagine for a super dead sound effect. All right, let's see, what else can she do? Since she has gotten rid of that guy, and we need to head, I assume, head down that hallway. Maybe we let her step on that trap. It is a 50-50 chance it hits her or doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't have the action to try and disarm it, but that's fine because with spear traps, you have the same odds of disarming it as you do jumping it. Steal one from the squished short, yeah. Gohan says some of that could be sound effects you set up to run off a soundboard. Yeah, that's true. Just have a little button to push and it just happens, yeah. Gosh, I almost forgot about the squish short, Justin. That's been a long time ago. That was from episode 11, I think, because that's quest 10 of the first book. I remember the order of the first book's quests really well because I played that book, I mean, hundreds of times probably. In the last few episodes, I think I've made it out that I remember what happened in all of our episodes really well. I don't. I just know the first book's quests. Okay, Paya. You know what? I don't think it counts her trying to jump the trap if she can't make it to the square beyond the trap. Okay, let's just move her forward one. Honestly, I think that's about the best she can do. I don't think it, I don't know. It's a little questionable about whether we should let her trigger that trap on purpose, but still roll to see if it hits her. I kind of feel like if she steps on that square on purpose, it does hit her. Gohan says Luke knows when every hero debuted and when every viewer started watching. Yeah. No. I do know when most of the heroes debuted. I don't know if I have specific episode numbers for every single one of them, but I remember a big chunk of them. And as far as when people started watching, I actually only know Gohan and Bohemius because it was the same episode, and it was episode 3, and I only know that because I rewatched them not that long ago. We were discussing it or something. We were talking about it one time, so when I heard it in the episode, it triggered that part of my brain. Okay. Morkai, right? Yeah, Morkai. Also helping with the mummy. Now, he's got a pretty good chance of finishing it off if he doesn't roll garbage here. He sends a blast of energy with the Redwood Wand, hitting it with a 1. That might kill it, but mummies have pretty high defense. But the mummy doesn't defend a single thing. Morkai is successful in destroying it. Morkai, yes. I don't have the first clue what that episode number would be. I know the reference. I know which book it comes from. It was in the last book. It was in Prophecy of Telor, but I don't have any idea what episode number that was. Is there anything else Morkai can do? He could move. Yeah, and they know that there's nothing down here. There's no secret door, so no reason to keep walking down here. So we might as well at least walk him up over into the straight hallway. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we are going to stop him there. I don't think I want him to be the one to open that door. At least not now when he doesn't have an action to do anything about what's in there. So that's going to take us to Treyas. Yeah. Gohan says, so funny to watch those earlier episodes knowing what's happened since. No kidding. That is 100% true. Especially anytime Hogard is in a quest, being that he's the only hero that's died other than Anora, who died in the very first episode before we could, or at least before I could get attached to her at all. So it's like, anytime I watch one of those earlier episodes and Hogard gets drawn, I'm like, oh. And I promise I'm not making fun of Justin when I say that. I feel that way every time a hero dies. It just so happens in this campaign it's only happened twice, and Hogard, it was much more meaningful death than Anora was. Okay, so Treyas, speaking of Anora, Treyas was her replacement. We only got Treyas because Anora died. So he is going to fire off at our powered up mummy there, firing with his Redwood Wand and hitting that mummy with a 2. And the mummy blocks one of those, only taking 1 damage, 2 body points remaining. It's weird seeing the heroes not being painted, too. Because for the first several episodes, none of the heroes were painted other than Ragnar. And they were all just like their regular red, just like that color. So it's kind of funny now, because now it just seems like they've always looked like this. Justin says chat redeems were rough that night. Yes, that's true. That was before we had started to get a better handle on the chat redeems. That quest is rough. I'm sure you remember that the quest Hogard died was the quest with Skalmar, where the very first room you walk into, as soon as you try to open the next door, literally almost every square in the room gets filled up with monsters, and then you just have to fight your way out. So in addition to an insane amount of monsters, crazy chat redeems, we were almost certainly in level 3 difficulty even that far back. So by the time the heroes got out of that first room, they were all down to pretty much nothing. Okay, with Treyas's turn done now, that is going to take us to our powered up mummy, who is going to rather hilariously and ironically step on that trap we were joking about and attack Paya with his powered up attack thanks to the void magic. Hits Paya with a 2. And she only blocks 1, knocking her down to 10 body points. For as high a defense as she has, she's taking some damage. Okay. That is going to be back to the beginning of a turn then. Okay, so let's go ahead and get Robert. Let's see if we can roll him good enough to go ahead and open that door. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, plenty enough. Opening the door into this yellowish room. Let's go ahead and get a little bit closer to the action, as much as this camera will allow us to do anyway. And in this room, there is another door. Almost dropped those walls into the dice tower. That would have been pretty funny. There is also a Deep Femmer and a Dread Warrior in this room. The Deep Femmers originated from the Black Mountains, which is what separates the Eastern Swamps from everything else on our map, so there are a lot of deep monsters, or at least Deep Femmers around here. We are also near the base of operations of the Doomguard, so Doomguard Keep is also in the Eastern Swamps, so we are fairly likely to see a decent amount of Doomguard so long as we are here in the swamps. This is just a regular Dread Warrior, but good to know. Robert, are we searching for traps or are we barging? What a silly question. Barging it is. The question is, who is he barging at? He's barging at the Deep Femmer. And very lucky for him, that particular square is not trapped. Oh my gosh. That just scared the absolute crap out of me. Yeah. I was like, what the heck? What was that noise? Oh, right. It was the redeem I just put in. I don't know. I wanted to see what would happen. Yeah. Well, we get an interesting sound of a mandolin played by me earlier today, and also me jumping out of my seat. That is what happened. All right. Let's see. Now I can't even think about what's... Robert is swinging his battle axe at the Deep Femmer, hitting it with a 1, and it doesn't block. I believe that reduces it to 2 body points remaining. I'm going to check the stats and see if that is correct. Yes, indeed. 2 body points remaining. I had to break out the old mandolin today to record a couple of clips for for stuff with the bard. Okay, that's going to take us over to Paya, I do believe. Yeah, and she's attacking our friendly neighborhood mummy over there. Or is he friendly? I don't know. He did attack her. She throws a punch at the mummy, hitting it with a 2. And the mummy does not defend. Oh, that was actually all of its body points. Dead mummy. Extra dead mummy. Or we could all pretend that she's sent him to the land of trap disarms, where he can attempt to disarm traps for the rest of his unlife. Gohan says, did it pain you to play badly on purpose? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. I don't know. Most musicians I know, including myself, suffer from something called red light syndrome when you're recording, which is to say that no matter how good you think you are, as soon as that little red light saying record comes on, you suddenly forget how to play. So all I would have really had to do to play something like that is try to play really well, especially if it's under pressure or if somebody's watching, and then I'll pretty easily play something really terrible like that. Okay, now that Paya has dispatched the mummy, let's go ahead and have her try to jump that trap and get up to the door. So first off, she's stepping on it. See if she jumps over it as it fires. She does indeed successfully jump over that trap, and I think we're just gonna stick her right there. I don't want her to open the door yet. We might let Treyas open that door when it comes to him. Okay, there we go. Always have such a hard time positioning this particular camera. Okay, Morkai. We know he's moving here. The question is he searching for traps or is he barging also? Now, it doesn't make a lot of sense for him to barge. Excuse me. He attacks better at long range. So let's hope that he is going to search for traps here. Is he searching for traps? Yes, he is. Okay. I was going to say, it would be really dumb for him to walk into the room. Oh, gotcha. Standing Wolf says, I'm still here just doing other stuff while hearing the stream. Understood. And very much appreciated for having it like that. I'm kind of bad at multitasking myself, so I rarely will have streams on while I do other stuff. So I appreciate anybody that that does that. There is one trap in this room. There is a pit trap right there where Robert almost stood. If he would have drawn to go after the Dread Warrior instead of the Deep Femmer, he would have stepped on that pit trap. Now that does mean Morkai can't help attack the monsters or anything, but other than that, at least we know about that pit trap. That is the only trap in that room. Okay, I am feeling awfully distracted for some reason. I can't even tell you what my brain is thinking about, but I am having a heck of a time focusing for some reason. Okay, Treyas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exactly enough squares to open up that wooden room up there. And in that room, there is another door. And also a Dread Warrior. Gohan says, I'll open a couple streams, but almost mute any I'm not actively in just to help support them. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Dread Warrior kind of off to the side there. Yeah, I've always been kind of like that with stuff as far as multitasking goes, particularly with entertainment media. If I'm watching something, I want to watch it and I want to pay attention to what's happening. And if it's something like a stream, I want to be actively engaged. You know what I mean? Justin says, I'm usually at work when I'm here. Yeah. I'm much appreciated for that, too, because that is hilarious unendingly. Gohan says, pretty sure if you mute, you don't count as a viewer. That kind of makes sense. Is that, I assume, Twitch trying to stop, like, view farming, essentially? I actually physically can't listen to music and do other stuff. I assume that's just because I've spent so many years where my job, part of my job, or a large part of my job even, is analyzing music in order to be able to recreate it so that students can say, how do I play this? And I can show them the most correct way. That once you gain that skill, it doesn't turn off, or at least for me it doesn't. So I can't listen to music in the same way that the normal person does, and I definitely cannot have it on as background noise. The music that you guys are hearing in the stream, I'm not hearing that. Because if I did, I wouldn't be able to focus enough to play. And the music you're hearing is music that I was involved in writing and recording and performing, and even yet, I can't focus if I'm hearing it while I'm trying to play. Standing Wolf says, okay, so what all classes are our heroes? Tonight we have a berserker, a monk, and 2 wizards. We got Robert the berserker, Paya the monk, Mordecai the wizard, and Treyas the wizard. Oh yeah, yes. Thank you for that, Gohan. Gohan says anything after winter is amazing, by the way, so go look them up. Yes, you are currently listening to an After Winter song called Sunrise. It is on the Boundless album. Actually, the first song we wrote for Boundless was this one. And just says, music keeps me awake when 4 a.m. rolls in. Yeah, it would definitely keep me awake. Oh, very nice. We got a potion of healing gift. Awesome. For the monk, you got it. She is the only one damaged right at the moment, so that will probably come in handy for her. I will put that in her inventory for now, for if she uses or if she needs it. And she is the most likely of all of our heroes to need it by the looks of it. Awesome. Okay, Treyas just opened that door, but he has not done anything other than move. So now that we know there's a Dread Warrior in there, is he searching for traps in that room, or is he attacking the Dread Warrior? He is searching for traps in the room. The heroes are doing very good about searching so far, but there are definitely times that I wish they would attack, especially with long range first. There are 2 traps in this room, so it's not a bad thing that he searched. There is a very avoidable pit trap right here, and there is also a swinging blade trap right in front of the doorway. Yeah, exactly. Gohan says, well, if she rolled a defense from 6 dice, but no, yeah, she ought to be the one who's not getting hit at all. It's the same with last night with Rana. Rana was down below half her health, half her total health, even though she had 6 defense dice last night. All right, that's going to take us to the monster's turn, and we've got a couple of things happening. First off, this Dread Warrior right here moves up and attacks Treyas, swinging its mace and hitting him with a 3. Ouch. I think he's only got 3 defense dice. Yes, that is correct. Treyas does not block a single one of those hits. Now, luckily, Treyas is the only one of our heroes in the ranks who has maxed out the Constitution skill, so he has 15 maximum body points, although he just lost 3 of them, so he's down to 12. Jeez. We also have, a little further down, 2 monsters attacking Robert. So first off, the Deep Femmer. Deep Femmer swings attacks, hitting Robert with a 2. Which he blocks. Kind of surprising. 2 white shields, 2 black shields. And the Dread Warrior also attacks Robert, swinging its mace and hitting him with a 2. Which he blocks. Very nice. Justin says, my elf has 6 defense and it did not help in Mage of the Mirror. Seeing those solo quests be random is going to be interesting. They kind of demand planning and good rolls. Yes, they do. Standing Wolf says, I remember that a lot of the monks I have watched or played or even played with, they all in the end need a helping hand with healing. Yeah. Yeah, now Paya has a lot of defense, but the dice have not been very friendly in defense. And Grimm's Games is here as well, lurking. Awesome. Good to see you, Grimm's. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. And Justin says those wolves are no joke. Yes, you are totally correct. The wolves in Mage of the Mirror are no joke. The Yeti and Polar Warbear in the Frozen Horror are no joke. Definitely some bad news. Gohan says, what are the breakdown of the dice again? Isn't it basically 50-50 for each dice for defending? Let me think about that for a second. For the hero's defense, it is 33% chance they roll a white shield. Yeah. So it is, the dice are 50-50 shields and skulls, but one of the shields is a black shield, which doesn't help heroes defending. So only a 33% chance on each dice that we get a white shield. Still auto result in shields pretty often though, you know? 2 out of the 6 sides. All right. Luckily, I'd say honestly, Robert got really lucky there not getting hit. Oh, he's also maxed out Constitution. Awesome. He got really lucky not getting hit there, because both of these monsters hit with 5 dice. Those are some big bad monsters to get hit by. He got really lucky there that he defended all that. It is again his turn, and he has a kind of a choice of which monster he wants to hit. I think strategically the best thing would be for him to try and finish one off. So let's attack the Deep Femur again. Not only is he more likely to kill it, but it's already damaged very slightly. So let's see if he can just get it the rest of the way out of there. Swinging his battle axe, he hits the Deep Femur with a 2, which will indeed kill it if it does not defend anything. But it defended 1. I suspect that I dropped that black shield directly onto the tray instead of down the tower, but it did actually roll a little bit, so we'll take it. 1 body point left on that guy. Robert can also spend his other action searching this room for secret doors, and there are none. Okay, that's going to take us back to Paya. Now, it is a little unfortunate that Paya is not close range on this guy because her long range kind of sucks. Is there anything we can do to boost that? Not really. And I also don't think she has anything that allows her to move through monsters, which would also solve the problem. Yep, okay. We're just going to have to do a garbage long-range attack and hope we get some. We can get her close range on the next turn. She sends a couple of energy bolts at the Dread Warrior, hitting it with a 1. The Dread Warrior does not defend, and knocking it down to 3 remaining body points. And that is all she can do on this turn, unfortunately. Hopefully we'll be able to get Treyas out of the way so that she can actually get up there. That's going to take us down to Morkai, who can now actually help Robert. And again, I think we're also going to have Morkai aim at the Deep Femur just so that we can try and get it off the board. 1 less monster attacking Robert. Morkai sends a blast of energy with his Redwood Wand, hitting the Deep Femur with a 2. The Deep Femur does not block either hit, which means it is indeed dead. Okay, Morkai, what else can we do on this turn? What kind of spells does Morkai have that will help us out here? That Treasure Hunter spell's probably not a bad idea, and the Rock Skin spell on himself is also not a bad idea. Either one of those would not be terrible. Let's go ahead and get a Treasure Hunter on Morkai. Okay, check this out. This is a Tier 2 air spell that we have seen once before. Morkai is going to cast this on himself. For the next 5 times that he searches for treasure, he can draw 3 treasure cards instead of 1. The downside being the affected hero must take the effects of all 3 cards, be it gold, potions, traps causing damage, or wandering monsters. So, while this card can be really, really good, it could also spawn 3 wandering monsters on you. So it is a little bit of a gamble. But that will be his second action, casting that on himself. Okay, and finally, that's going to put us over here at Treyas, here at the Dread Warrior, and Treyas really should not be long or close range. We probably should have arranged this a little bit better. Okay, but he does have plenty of spells, so let's go ahead and he's much more likely to potentially mess up this Dread Warrior by casting a spell at it and then getting out of the way. So let's do that. Treyas is going to cast a Genie spell. He conjures a Genie and instructs it to attack the Dread Warrior, and it does so immediately. The Genie hits the Dread Warrior for a total and absolute miss. What a useless Genie. Was that Genie Will Smith? Okay, that's it. And then we're going to move him out of there. Is there anybody in the chat who happened to like the live-action Aladdin remake? I'll be honest with you, I gave up on those and I didn't even watch it. Gohan says, I mean. Yeah. I like Will Smith plenty, but I'm not sure whose decision it was to make him the genie in Aladdin. Okay, that's going to take us to the monster's turn, and we just have a couple of Dread Warriors attacking. So the one that is up here is going to move out into the hallway, and it is going to attack Treyas. The Dread Warrior swings its mace, hitting Treyas with a 2. Oops, I drop my dice. And unfortunately, Treyas did not defend either of those. Treyas is just not defending today, dropping him down to 10 body points. Justin says, even Will Smith could hit Chris Rock, though. Oh, no. I should have read that comment before I read it out loud. I probably shouldn't have said that. Go On says, I think if you're going to pick someone, he might have been the objectively best choice. Yeah, Go On says, nobody was going to be able to fill Robin Williams' shoes. Yeah, that is very true. I mean, maybe they should have just not made the movie. That would have also been an option. But yeah, that would have been... Now, if Robin Williams had still been alive, and if they had just cast him again, but as live action, that would have been amazing. Yeah, but enter Mr. Krabs' money meme. Yes. You are 100% correct. The other Dread Warrior also swinging a mace at old Robert there. Hitting him with a 1. Oops, I didn't roll enough dice there. And he blocks it just barely. Alright, that's going to take us right back to Robert, in fact. So let's turn his attention to the Dread Warrior standing on a pit trap, rather hilariously. And Robert is going to swing his battle axe at the Dread Warrior, hitting it with a 1. Not great, not great. The Dread Warrior doesn't block it, at least. Knocking it down to 3 body points remaining. You know what? I think we're going to do this. It's early, but this is not necessarily a very easy monster. So Robert is going to use his Enrage skill. As an action, you may lose up to 2 body points to immediately make an attack, even if you have already attacked this turn. Add additional attack dice equal to the number of body points you lose. So we'll go ahead and hit him down for the full 2 body points. Let him attack that Dread Warrior again with 6 dice this time. Justin says, well, I'll be back shortly. Got to go do a little work. Yeah, well, understood. And Gohan says, there you go, Justin, make a clip of that, but actually put the meme in when he asks why they'd make it. Yeah. Fantastic usage, for sure. So that is going to knock Robert down to 13 body points, but that is well worth the sacrifice, I think, of making a second attack on this turn. This time, enraged, swinging his battle axe and hitting the Dread Warrior with 4. Oh, that Dread Warrior is dead. Surely. The Dread Warrior blocks 1, takes 3 body points, which is indeed exactly its remaining total, and is now dead. Way to go, Robert. Yeah, we tried to watch the Lion King one, and I think that was it for me. I was done with it after that. Gohan says, well, he's got to go make up for his name. Yeah, very true. He's got to prove himself to the chat. I was definitely a Lion King kid. That was the movie that I drove my parents nuts with as a very small child, making them watch over and over and over and over. So I don't even know why I watched the live action one, honestly, because I knew it was just going to upset me. And even with them trying to make it like as close as possible to the original, it just didn't hit me right. Oh, Bobby's here. Lion King live action. Live action was meh at best. Yes. Gohan says, I honestly can't remember if I watched the live action Lion King. That was one of the only ones I've watched, to be fair. We watched the live action Beauty and the Beast, and that seemed like it was okay at the time, but it was one of the first ones. I don't remember if we watched any of the other ones. I don't know. If I saw the live-action Disney stuff, it was because of the ex-wife. Oh, yeah. Yep. And Bobby says, it wasn't good. Very forgettable. Yeah. And I think that's the deal with all of them. You know what I mean? Obviously, it's just my opinion, but it just doesn't seem like they need to do it. I mean, they're making a huge amount of money, I'm sure, and that's, just like Gohan said, that's why they're doing it. But leave it alone. The animated ones were good. The animated ones were really good. They're classics for a reason. Leave them alone. Stop trying to redo them. Bobby says, I'm leaving at that trash panda mindset with Disney at the moment. Yeah. Alright, so Mordecai is searching for treasure in this room, and this is going to be the first of his treasure hunter searches. So he's getting 3 treasure cards from this, and he's got to take all 3 of them regardless of what they are. They've been ruining everything, yeah. Gohan says, Jimothy would never let Disney do this if he was the CEO. Yeah. They need to make him CEO. Oh my gosh, okay. Well, Mordecai is bound to regret casting Treasure Hunter after this. He has gotten 2 Wandering Monsters and a Dread Idol. Okay, so 2 Wandering Monsters, but also Mordecai finds himself drawn to a strange idol. He realizes that he is reaching for it even though sudden pain grows as he gets closer. Roll a movement dice for each of his mind points. If he rolls a 6, he manages to stop himself from touching it, but if he does not roll a 6, he loses 2 body points. Now, Mordecai is a smart cookie, so surely he's got a decent amount of mind points. Looks like he's got 7. So let's grab some extra dice here. Surely he's going to roll a 6. Considering he's got 7 dice, surely one of these is going to be a 6. Here we go. Okay, yes, he got 3 6s in there. A very satanic roll from Mordecai. However, he was able to stop himself from touching the Dread Idol. So at least there's that. But he also gets 2 Swamp Goblins. Oh, make that 3 Wandering Monsters. Yeah. See, Bobby says, ruined Star Wars, Marvel was great, started going downhill, I can keep going. Oh, yeah. Gohan says, nope, he's screwed. Yeah. Okay, let me put the 2 Swamp Goblins down and get their attacks done just so that I don't forget what I'm in the middle of, and then we'll get Bobby's Wandering Monster. Guys, if I forget to put Bobby's Wandering Monster on there, don't let me forget that. Say something to me. Okay, Swamp Goblins. We got 2 Swamp Goblins spawning here to attack Mordecai immediately. At least the Wandering Monster in this was not super hard. There we go. Okay, well, honestly, actually, Swamp Monsters have higher attack anyway, so these guys are actually not good news. Swamp Monster number 1, hitting Mordecai with a 1. Which he blocks just barely, and Swamp Guy number 2, hitting Mordecai with a 2, which he does not block either of. Dropping him to 10 body points remaining. He's getting jacked up. Ah, how very nice. A nice tune from Sigil. Yeah. Even though Sigil's not here, he is with us in spirit. And he's not even dead. And Gohan says, I'll hit you with another bad bard. Yeah, well, we've heard the good bard now, so maybe the bad bard is appropriate. And Bobby says, now I'm having fun. All right, let's see what monster we're getting from the Redeem. The 4 of Hearts is another Swamp Goblin. Wow, that's crazy. What are the odds of that? That's very on brand for this quest. So we got another Swamp Goblin here. We also need to randomize which hero it is attacking. It cannot hit Treyas because there are no adjacent spots open, but any of the rest of them it can hit. We drew Treyas. Nope, Treyas again. Treyas again. Come on, cards. There we go. Mordecai. Jeez. Oh, poor Mordecai. Okay, another Swamp Goblin appears and attacks Mordecai, hitting him with a 1. And he doesn't defend it. Oh, no. Oh, jeez. Knocking him down to 9. Whoa, that was a weird noise. Gohan says it wanted someone it couldn't get to. Not its fault. Yes, that was wild. What was that? 3 spades cards right in a row right after I said it can attack anybody other than the hero assigned to spades. He's kind of funny. Oh, that's good. That is hilarious. Not only that we drew another Swamp Goblin, but also it attacked the dude who'd already gotten hit by 2 of them. Poor guy. Yes, well, this is the Goblin Warrens. That is literally the name of this quest, is the Goblin Warrens. So they're bound to run into a bunch of goblins. Ugh. Dang, Sicko, what are you doing? Tune that thing. All right, let's move it right on the line. That was Mordecai, so it is now Atreus' turn. Atreus is fighting a Dread Warrior. He is backed into a corner. There is nothing he can do about this. He has garbage close range attack. He could cast a spell, and it's a little bit questionable as to whether or not that's a good idea, because we are at the beginning of the quest. We don't want him to use up every spell he has available to him, but he's going to get screwed real fast if he doesn't try to do something. I had to put the fail music out for my bad idea. Yeah. Oh, that's good. I love it. Well, I guess let's do both. Let's have Atreus attack close range and just see what he gets, and then maybe he can use a spell to finish the Dread Warrior off, and we'll just see how lucky we get. I don't know, a genie spell missing 100% is definitely not a good omen. Okay, Atreus swings, actually with his fist, hitting that Dread Warrior with a 1. And the Dread Warrior doesn't block it, knocking it down to 2 body points remaining. Okay, I'll tell you what, that's worth a spell. We've got a ball of flame we can part with, I think. Atreus does have a lot of spells. They're not powerful spells, but he has a lot of them. Fingers crossed, yes. Okay. Atreus casts Ball of Flame, enveloping the Dread Warrior in a ball of fire. The Dread Warrior attempts to fight off the magical flames and is not successful at all, taking 2 more body points of damage and dying. No more warrioring for you, my friend. Off you go. All right, and that was both of Atreus' actions. It is now the monster's turn. We do indeed have 3 monsters on the board. However, all of them have already attacked on this turn cycle. So if any of them survive to the next turn, we will be letting them attack then. Excuse me. Now, swamp monsters have higher attack, but they have lower defense. Goblins' defense already can't get any lower, so these guys really just have higher attack, and that's it. They still have 2 body points, though, from our level 4 difficulty. So it is Robert's turn, and he definitely needs to help Mordecai clear some of these guys out before they take him down. So Robert is swinging his battle axe at that swamp goblin right next to him, hitting it with a 2. And it does not block. That's 1 goblin down. Anything else worth doing on his turn? I guess he could move over to this goblin just to present it an alternate target when it comes time for the monster's turn. That's going to take us back up here to Paya, who moments ago was facing off against the Dread Warrior, and then suddenly it caught fire and died. Had to have been kind of a surprising thing. So she can move, except that I just threw my movement dice. Here we go. I lost it there for a second. Paya's moving 10. What do we need to do in that room? Secret doors, treasure, and we need to get rid of that swinging blade trap that's in front of the door. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll move her here, and then we'll ask her what she wants to do. Only for a second. Yes, only for a second. Then I found it. Is she going for secret doors, treasure, or disarming that trap? King is useless. She's going for treasure. What do we got in this room? What does Paya find? While she's searching, a hidden arrow shoots from the wall and strikes her. She loses 1 body point. Dang. Dropping her to 9 body points total. Can we make a pirate hero? Oh, that would be interesting. We'll have to remember that as a... maybe in a future campaign, a pirate hero would be kind of neat. I'm always nervous about adding extra hero classes, because that's one thing that a lot of people do in homebrew that starts to make things feel a little less hero questy. And I feel like that's something Avalon Hill is going to get pressured into doing, is making like too many more hero classes. And the game, really the only issue is that the game is so simple that it's really easy to unbalance it with too many hero classes. But a pirate class would be neat. there's not enough different things to keep giving different classes a niche. We're already at the point where there are a couple of classes, Bard, that don't really have a niche. They're just also there. Let's see. Let's go down to Mordecai, who's got to be regretting all of the decisions he's made in the last several minutes at this particular moment. Now, he should move and attack. Yeah, he's not at full health anymore, so his close range attack is kind of bad. Let's just kind of move him and have him shoot at these goblins. 1, 2. We'll go ahead and let him shoot at this one right down here. Shooting a blast of energy from his wand, he hits that swamp goblin with a 2. And it does not defend. Dead. Blasted out of existence. And that's going to take us back up to Atreus. Gohan says, I think we could suss out enough to keep it fairly balanced. Yeah, we'd have to take a look at stats for sure, because there's stuff we could do. I would actually really love to have a sea book, at least, where the whole thing happens on the sea. My dad did something like that years and years ago where, I don't know if it was a quest or if it was a whole set of quests, and instead of being on a board, it was on 2 pirate ships that he had bought. And I don't remember what the mechanics of moving around on the ships were or anything, but that idea stuck with me because I remember seeing it set up where he used to play. And it looked like a really cool. Yeah, Gohan says Wind Waker Hero Quest. Yes! That would be so awesome. Alright, Atreus. Okay, 1, 2. Well, I was going to see if he was going to try to disarm that trap, but he can't reach it. He didn't get anywhere close. So I guess we'll use his second action to search for secret doors, and there are none. Okay. Yeah, surprisingly, we've only done 2 rooms. I was just thinking to myself again, like, ooh, I need to remember to try and keep an eye on the halfway point of the quest. We've only done 2 rooms. What did I say earlier? Like 6-ish rooms is the time we need to be checking out what time it is? I think that's right. Yeah. 6-ish rooms. We've gotten a third of the way. Yeah. Yeah. A third of the way to halfway. We're doing great. Monster's turn. We've got that swamp goblin down here, the one that was summoned by Bobby. Now, he is next to Robert, but he was summoned to attack Mordecai. So I do think that there is precedent for him to ignore the fact that he is adjacent to a different hero. We'll go ahead and draw a card. Is he going to attack Robert or Mordecai? He is indeed chasing after Mordecai, and that makes sense. He is literally a monster summoned from the void for the purpose of attacking Mordecai. So, kind of makes sense. That goblin swings its dagger and hits Mordecai with a 3. Ouch. And Mordecai doesn't block a single one. 1, 2, 3, dropping him to 6 body points. Look at that, 3 black skulls. Or sorry, 3 black shields. There is only a 1/6 chance on each dice that we get that. That is an insane roll. That should not be possible. But that is not the first time that's ever happened here on Midnight Quest. Poor Mordecai. What a loser. Oh no. Are we developing a Mordecai hate now? It's because he was an orc that one time, isn't it? Poor Mordecai. All right, it is now time for Robert, and I suppose we'll go ahead and help Mordecai out with this guy. Swinging his battle axe, he hits that swamp goblin with a 2, and the goblin does not defend. That's what you get for running away from Robert Tylan. He comes and smashes your face into the floor. Okie dokie, Paya. I suppose that leaves you to be the one to disarm the trap. Does she have anything to help her out with this? Now, she does have a monk element that would allow her to jump over the trap without having to roll for it, but that doesn't help Atreus very much. And I would actually rather her keep the element of air for the other skill that's associated with that anyway. Okay, she steps onto the swinging blade trap and attempts to disarm it. She just needs a shield of either color to successfully get rid of this trap. And she is successful. Very nice. That's when it comes to those swinging blade traps, that is particularly nice to see. Gohan says, Morkai was like, do whatever you want to me. He's the one you gotta worry about. Motions to Robert, yeah. The Goblin's like, I'm still gonna swing. All right, you're gonna die. Okay, with that, now Paya is out of actions, but I do think we're gonna go ahead and let her open the door, because Atreus can fire at whatever's in there. In this red room, there is another door. No furniture. However, there are 2 swamp goblins and a swamp orc. Two swamp goblins and a swamp orc. There we go. There we go. Another door, yes. Okay, now, as mentioned, Paya does not have any actions left to do anything about what the stuff that's in this room. However, she's at least opened it for Atreus to be able to shoot in there without necessarily having to walk in there when it comes to his turn. Now, this room has a special thing. Let me just make sure I know what it is. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. She better duck, yeah. Before we get to Atreus, it is Morkai's turn. This camera's moving weirdly. I'm going to tighten that screw just a little bit. Okay. Morkai can go ahead and open the door. All the searching has been done in this room, and he must be thinking twice about searching for treasure in the future after that. He is opening the door into this tiny little room here, and he finds another door, a swamp goblin, and a deep goblin. All right. This is actually the same sculpt, both of these goblins. So the painted one is the swamp goblin. The not painted one is the deep goblin. They have very similar stats. All right, Morkai, are we searching for traps or are we attacking? He is searching for traps in that room, and there are none. Okay. It is now time for Atreus. So let's get back up here. And I don't want him to step on that pit trap fairly obviously, but if he gets up into this corner, he should be able to see that orc. I don't think he can see the goblin if he's in the other corner, so that's probably the way to go, unless he gets a really garbage movement roll. No, that's not too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that gives him line of sight to that swamp orc, so let's go ahead and attack there. Atreus sends a blast of energy with his redwood wand, hitting that orc with a 2. That is indeed enough to kill it if it doesn't defend anything. And being a swamp monster, it does have garbage defense, so probably dead. Yes, indeed, no defense. Dead orc. Hey, Voidbound is back. Voidbound says, I was looking at Basic Hero Quest package at my local Hobby Habit, and it cost $135. Yes, it does. The core game is $130, or generally speaking, that's where you'll find it at. There is an alternate game system set called First Light, which I think is a Target exclusive. Gohan, do you remember how much that was? It's like $50 or $60, isn't it? And Gohan says, yeah, but it has so much cool stuff. Very true. 50, right. First Light is much, much cheaper. Still has everything you need to start. Don't have a Target in my town. Totally get that, Voidbound. Neither do I. I have to drive nearly an hour to get to a Target. Totally get that. But if you do see one somewhere, it's not only much cheaper, but still doable. It still counts as a game system. Now, all of the minis in it are cardboard, other than the heroes, and the final boss of that book is a dragon that you get, which is neat. That's how they brought the price down. But yeah, that if you ever find yourself with an extra $135, that core system is definitely worth getting. Comes with a lot of stuff. Good to see you, by the way. Hope you're doing good. All right, Rukuro says, hope the night goes by fast, just more cleaning. Oh man, Rukuro, I feel like you get stuck cleaning like all the time, dude. That sucks. But I guess it's, you know, it's an easy night of work. It just gets boring when it happens all the freaking time like that. Hope you're doing good though. Good to see you as well. Voidbound says, I think I would just save for the core system. Nice, yes, absolutely. Gohan says, first light is 35 on Barnes & Noble. Really? Wow, I didn't even know you could get it from Barnes & Noble. That's cool. Standing Wolf says, I don't have a Target here either. I'm glad we don't just personal reasons. Yeah. It's been one of those weird things for sure. Target's not something that I even like grew up going to, honestly. Just because it was far away. I will say that I was able to visit Los Angeles a couple of times, well, nearly a decade ago now, and we went to a Target in Los Angeles to get something, and at the time I worked at the factory that makes KitchenAid mixers, and we made the industrial KitchenAid mixers on the line that I was on, and it was really weird seeing them in that store, knowing like I probably made these, I probably assembled this. There's a chance the box I'm looking at is I put that box on that, maybe. Because the line I was on was the only line in the entire world that made that particular kind of mixer. So, weird. Very weird. There you go. Gohan says I shop at Target because DoorDash pays me to. That's fair. Anything to save a couple of bucks, that's 100% fair. Voidbound says the only reason I go to Target is for the Candy Joyride. Yes. Oh geez. All right, I've lost what we're doing. What are we doing? I have no idea what's going on. I think it's the monster's turn. Okay, so we've got a couple of things we need to do. Actually, both of the rooms that we've just opened, and it is kind of ironic that this has happened on the same turn, have a special note. So the red room up here and also the tiny room that we opened down here have a special note that if any of the monsters survive to the monster's turn, and they have, they will call for help and the doors in these rooms will open and we have to put down all of the other monsters in the other rooms too. So we are about to have a multitude of monsters, and that is also probably going to be whenever we get through that chunk is probably around when we'll call it for the night, because that is going to be 6 rooms open once that is done. So we'll take care of the monsters that are on the board first. Then we'll open the door and reveal what's in the other rooms and determine what we need to do with those monsters, if anything, if it even makes sense for any of them to move. So up here in the red room, we have 2 swamp goblins. So it doesn't really matter which one. Both of them can reach Paya. It's going to be the closer one. This swamp goblin swings its sword at the monk, hitting her with a 2. And look at that, no defense. Not a single defense again. Both body points, dropping her to 7. Ouch. Okay, and the other swamp goblin can't reach her, so it'll just stay there. Down here, we've got a somewhat similar situation going on with Morkai. It is going to be the deep goblin that comes up and attacks him. Deep goblins also have extra attack, plus our level 4 difficulty gives it even another extra attack dice. The goblin swings its axe and hits Morkai. Never mind, it misses him. And similarly, the swamp goblin can't do anything, so we'll leave it there. Gohan says, oh boy, yeah. All right, that means that these monsters are calling for help, and this door immediately opens, revealing no further doors. However, there is, in this room, an alchemy bench, and I am super excited about this because this is going to be the painted one. So we've got, that there. Just in case anybody has not seen this, Savannah painted this alchemy table or alchemy bench on stream last week sometime, I think. This is one of the first furniture pieces we have that is painted, and this is the first time it is going into a quest. Very nice. Also in this room is a swamp goblin. Just go ahead and pull another one out of the drawers we've already got open. Unsurprisingly, swamp goblin. There is also a goblin archer in this room. Got one of our little bomb guys here. There is a mountain orc in this room, which, just as a reminder, is the regular old Hero Quest orc. Excuse me. Mountain variety is the common one. And there is also an archer mercenary in this room. So we've got a couple of archers rounding out what's going on in this room back here in the corner. Now, the archers could actually get to Morkai if they move, but I don't think the archer mercenaries are super fast. 6 squares. Standing Wolf says, my first job I had when I graduated high school was at a small place that had a few little assembly lines, and the ones I worked on were placing labels of those black Sears toolbox covers that go on them. I stacked them up on pallets. Oh, yes. And Justin's back. Oh, nice. Yeah, I bet that probably paid fairly decently, though. That is the one good thing about factory work, is that it usually pays pretty good. Certainly the highest per hour that I had ever gotten paid up to that point. Now that I'm self-employed, I make significantly more, but it's more commission-based. So I technically make $50 an hour, but that's if people show up. It doesn't matter if I show up. The clients have to show up or I don't get paid. But as far as just a quote-unquote regular job, that was 20-something an hour, I think, at the KitchenAid factory. And that was, the last time I was there was the middle of 2021. Not a very good place to work. High pay, but as per usual with a lot of corporations, they use that high pay as an excuse to just be terrible to you. And if you complain, they're like, hey, we pay you good. Okay, so that archer technically could make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The goblin archer should definitely go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that goblin archer is tossing a bomb at Morkai, hitting him with a 1. Which he blocks. Standing Wolf says, I got my paycheck up to almost $300 a week after about 3 weeks. Nice. Yeah, 300 weekly definitely isn't bad. Bobby says, I just had to fix my Kobold Mini. Yes. I've always been kind of surprised that there aren't kobolds in Hero Quest. I suppose it's probably a rights thing. I'm not sure if Kobold is copyrighted under any particular system, or if that's considered a general monster. Broken leg, literally. Nice. Yeah, you know what? I think we'll leave the archer mercenary where he is. We'll let him continue to guard this red room. These two archers were kind of placed intentionally for the sake of this room, and I don't want to kill that. Bobby says it's copyrighted in D&D, I believe, but I can check. Gotcha. That would make sense. Because I know you see kobolds in the Forgotten Realms stuff, but they are also owned by the same parent company now as D&D is, I think. Is that all Wizards of the Coast, or do I have outdated information there? We also have this door opening, so these two goblins also calling for help and opening up this door into the green room. Now, the green room has a couple more doors, one of which we know about already, leading down into that hallway. And there's also a door in this corner here, leading off into the blue room. Bobby says Dragonkin and Demonkin aren't, but the term Tiefling is 100% copyrighted by Wizards. Gotcha. Tiefling is just a fancy word for Demonkin. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Because that's another thing you see in the Forgotten Realms books. There's Tieflings occasionally in the Forgotten Realms books. So that makes sense, it's all kind of under that same umbrella. Also in the green room is another Goblin Archer. Let's pull another one out of it. We got a lot of drawers open here. Another Goblin Archer here. 2 Swamp Orcs. And a Deep Femmer. Hasbro owns Wizards now. Oh, well, there you go. Well, Hasbro owns HeroQuest now too. So if it's all under that huge umbrella like that, then maybe HeroQuest could totally just use kobolds. Hasbro just owns everything now, doesn't it? It's Hasbro and Disney. That's the entire world now. They'll probably add kobolds. That wouldn't surprise me. Those guys, the Avalon Hill guys, are under a tremendous amount of pressure from the community. As with anything, you've got a fairly equal number of people shouting, leave it, stop, you've got enough now, stop adding new things, just create new storylines, stop adding new things. And then you've got the other side of equal people saying, I want new stuff, I want more new stuff, stop, it's getting boring, it's the same old thing every time, add new stuff. My core is sore, oh. Doing some more gym activity, I assume. I'll be honest, I'm kind of in the first camp with it. I would enjoy some more. I don't want them to stop making more new quest books and new expansions. I wish they would stop adding new monster types, completely honestly. I am kind of, at least at the moment, I'm in the camp of we've got enough now, work within what we have for a little while before you add new stuff. We're getting new stuff. They keep adding more and more game mechanics and monsters and stuff that are making it starting to feel more like D&D instead of HeroQuest. And they're closely related, but it's a fragile balance, and I don't blame them for doing what they're doing. You can't please everybody, and I certainly don't expect them to please me. Ah, see, Bobby likes D&D because of all the monsters. Yeah. See, I don't think I would have had a problem with the number of monsters if they had been there from the start, but what messes with me is the constant addition of more things to remember. If I can approach a problem as a whole right from the beginning, that's great. But if it just keeps getting bigger, then I start getting stressed out about it. Bobby says, I love to hit my players with things that can relate. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think in this room we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to move a Goblin Archer up into position to attack, and we'll leave it at that. Goblin Archer is throwing a bomb at Paya, hitting her with a 2. Which she blocks just barely, which is kind of sad for 6 defense dice. I'm glad she blocked it, but only 2 white shields out of 6 defense dice is kind of insane. Bobby says adjustments that can give players advantages and disadvantages makes for a great time. There you go. Yeah. I've mentioned this several times. One of the biggest reasons that I love HeroQuest is the ability to homebrew it. How easy it is to homebrew it, and D&D shares that, honestly, because D&D is built so much around do whatever you want. Here are the building blocks. Now build whatever you want, which is fantastic. HeroQuest provides a much more structured base upon which to build, but it's a simple enough game that you can really easily change it to do what you like and what you don't like. And so if they introduce too many monsters, for me personally, I can just not introduce those monsters, and it's no big deal. Yeah. That's all I have to do to fix any problem I have with it, is just decide not to do it. You know, I'm not beholden to playing their, whatever it is that they put out exactly the way they put it out. And I would have a lot less fun if I was beholden to that. Okay, back to the front of the hero's turn. It is Robert Tyland's turn here, and strangely, I don't know that there's anything he can do. Being that he does not have long-range ability at all, Mordekai's in the way. He's got a magical throwing dagger that he could throw that would guarantee 1 point of damage on that deep goblin. Yeah, that might literally be the only possibility for doing stuff that he has. That sucks. Standing Wolf says, I like D&D because of how much it can defer from one campaign to another. Yeah, yep, absolutely. Gohan says, my Discord app just decided to notify me that you went live. I don't understand why it's so delayed on my phone like that. Yeah, we've only been live for literally an hour and a half. That's hilarious. Bobby says, I can build an entire world around a basis of one BBEG and it'll fit. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that terminology. I'm sure I'm just being thick and that's something really obvious. But I get the idea of what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, let's... I really hate for Robert to waste that magical throwing dagger, honestly, because it's not going to kill that goblin either for him to throw it. If it would kill it, that would be a different story. At least he's getting a monster gone. Oh, man, I really hate to have him do nothing, but there is just nothing he can do, unfortunately. Okay, well, tell you what, we'll at least move him a little closer. Just like that. And we'll leave it at that. We'll move Mordecai out of the way so that Robert can actually do stuff, I guess, on the next turn. Doesn't matter if it's a domain of dread, multiple enemies fit every big bad evil guy. Okay, yeah, that's BBEG. Gotcha. Big bad evil guy. Yeah. I love that terminology. Actually, that's great. Big bad evil guy. Yeah. Yep. That's what I've done with the... I've thrown out most of the official HeroQuest lore. Not all of it. I've still kind of based upon it. But I have changed literally any tiny detail that doesn't suit me personally. And that's part of what I love about it. It's not at least in my mind, it's not a criticism of anything that they've done so much as it's just like they've given you license to do whatever you want with it. And so I have, you know? I really appreciate that about this. And you can just continue building on off into your own thing until what's in these books, if you're playing them verbatim even a little bit, is just a footnote in a wider world that is much more completely yours. Yeah, right. Bobby says Vecna is undead, Cthulhu is aquatic, Strahd is vampire. Yeah. Big on gothic horror. Nice. Let's see. Paya can attack that swamp goblin right there. Hitting it with a 3, I do believe. Yes, indeed, that is a skilled strike, and that swamp goblin is super dead. Get right up on out of here, swamp goblin man. You are out. We've voted you out. You have to leave. That goblin was the weakest link. Okay, Paya, second action. Are we searching for traps or are we barging? Barge it is. Off we barge. I would actually love for her to get totally surrounded by monsters. She's one of the only heroes who has an area of effect attack that she can do at this point once per quest. And it would actually be, I'd be totally fine with her getting completely surrounded. So, barging it is, and very luckily there are no traps. Yeah, let's go on this barge. No traps on those 2 squares, and we are leaving her open to get totally surrounded, and I think that's totally fine. Okay, next we have Mordecai, and Mordecai is in an awkward situation where he is plugging the door. We don't want him to be the one plugging the door. I kind of regret having him open it, in fact. We can at least try and have him hit and run, and we're opening the way for goblins to stream in there, but at least then Robert won't be stuck with nothing to do. Okay, let's do it. Premium content. Mordecai swings with his wizard staff at the deep goblin, hitting it with a 1. And it does not block the attack. It is not dead, but it is indeed damaged, down to 1 body point left. And with that, Mordecai is going to move very slightly out of the way. Then that's going to take us back up here to Traeus, who also should not barge. He's going to move 1, and then is he searching for traps or is he attacking? He is searching for traps. Kind of wish he'd attacked, but it's okay. I'm trying really hard not to complain about the fact they are actually searching stuff. No traps in that red room. Alright, that is going to take us to the monster's turn, and what a wild monster's turn we are about to have since we have so many monsters on the board. Paya is for sure getting surrounded. Let's hope she can survive it. Who are we pointing at? We're pointing at her. Okay. Gohan says, because why? We searched. That's right. Exactly. The prophecy of Gohan is completed as per usual. Do we have a monster who can reach Traeus? Oh yeah, Justin says, I like that they give you tools to write your own quests. I'm doing my old D&D campaign in HeroQuest. Yes. Yeah. They actually encourage it. I mean, even back in the original Milton Bradley days, that was part of Stephen Baker's original design, was Here's what I'm doing. Here's all of the tools I used. Now you do it. Fantastic. Well, we definitely want this archer to move. So let's start off with that. We'll move the archer back there. And then is that archer going to attack Paya or Treyas? That archer is going to attack Paya. Let's go ahead and get that out of the way. The archer throws a bomb at Paya, hitting her with a 2. She blocks 1. Come on, Paya. You got to start blocking better than that. You got 6 defense dice. So you have no excuse to be rolling 1 and 2 white shields. The deep femur is slow, right? Deep monsters are slow. Yes, they only move 4. So let's get this guy 1, 2, 3 in the obvious space. He'll also attack Paya. Swinging his axe, he hits Paya with a 3. Again, she only blocks 1, dropping her to 4 body points remaining. It's a good thing that she got that gifted potion of healing, because she's getting her butt whooped. Now, swamp monsters have normal movement, so both of those orcs should be able to move 8. Right? Swamp orcs move 8, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, just exactly enough, and we'll have that guy attack Treyas, just so that at least somebody is attacking Treyas. Hits him with a 2. He blocks 1 and takes the other, knocking him down to 9. Gohan says, unfortunately, we have people who always want more no matter how much they get. Yeah, very, very true. Gohan also says, some people are going to go through things much faster than others can. Yeah. And yeah, it's just me. You know what I mean? That's, at least for this particular opinion, it's 100% just me. I wouldn't expect them to cater to me. You know what I mean? I wouldn't expect them to stop making new things just because I want them to. There's enough people who want this new stuff and who love this new stuff. And also, to be fair, I'm all for them making as much new Hero Quest as they can before it eventually gets discontinued again. It did before, it almost definitely will again. It's kind of a question of when is it going to happen? We don't know, might be years from now. And I'm totally for them making whatever they want to make while it's here, because there almost definitely will come a time again when we're just left with whatever they happen to make before it gets discontinued and then homebrew stuff. So, you know, whatever. It's not like I have to use it all. Better that the people who want more get it, and I can just choose to not use it, than the people who want more don't get it, and then a lot more people are unhappy in that situation, you know? Gohan says, it's just tough to balance out bringing new stuff and keeping interest without oversaturating the market. True. Absolutely true. Swamp Goblin attacking Paya. Hitting her with a 3. Thankfully, this time she blocks it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One more monster attacking Paya. Again, hitting her with a 3. She only blocks 1. Okay. That knocked her clear down to 2 body points. That's wild. Okay. Not quite done with the monster's turn yet. Yeah, I think that is the line that they are having to balance right at the moment, which is incredibly difficult. Which is, you know, what do we need to do to keep as many people as possible buying our product? Because if we upset too many people by putting out stuff that doesn't feel Hero Questy, then we will lose most of the core fan base and we'll no longer make enough money to make more stuff. But if we're not pushing the envelope, we also reduce our ability to appeal to new audience. Which means we might stop making enough money to keep making stuff. So it's a stressful situation for sure that doesn't have a great answer. And I'm glad it's not me. I feel sorry for whoever is in the marketing and development teams there at Avalon Hill, because they have an incredibly tough job. Deep Goblin. Deep Goblin up there is going for Morkai. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Deep Goblin would be 4. Swinging attacks at Morkai and hitting him with a 3. He blocks 1, takes 2. knocking him down to 4. He's also got some healing stuff at his disposal, but it's still getting a little wild. The Goblin Archer might as well also just move into the doorway. Can see both of them. It's going to attack Robert, tossing a bomb and hitting the Berserker with a 2. Robert blocks both of those hits. Let's get the Swamp Goblin down in here too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, it's got enough movements to do that. Swamp Goblin attacks Robert from behind, hitting him with a 3. Robert blocks 2 and takes 1, knocking him down to 12. Dawn says, if I was paid to make those decisions, I'd have money to buy this game. Yeah. Yep. Oh man, I feel that. In trying to fix the dice cam, I made it worse. Okay. How many of these monsters can make it up there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect amount of spaces there. And it is also going after Morkai. This is just a regular mountain orc here with boosted attack because level 4 difficulty. Hitting Morkai with a 2. And he doesn't block either one of those. That knocks him down to 2. We're at the beginning of this quest, guys. We're already at an abysmal number of body points. Swamp Goblin does not have reduced movement, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just about perfect enough to get to Robert and attack. That's the Swamp Goblin. Oh, nice. We got a potion of healing. Okay, good. Somebody needs that. That Swamp Goblin hits Robert with a 3. He's blocking 2 and is left with 1, knocking him down to 11. Robert's good. Everybody else is in bad shape. I think this is needed. I agree, Leviani, 100%. And literally anybody... Treyas is also not doing totally terrible. Paya and Morkai are both at 2 body points. Both of them have some healing stuff available to them, but not much. Oof. Okay. That is going to do it for the monster's turn. I think we're going to move this archer up, but yeah, actually, this archer does not have line of sight to anybody, even if it goes its full amount. Let random decide. Will do. Okay. So now that we are back to Robert, we gotta make sure that we keep that healing in mind. So we are going to give that healing potion to Morkai. I'll mark that on his sheet and try to remember that when it comes to his turn. We'll just go ahead and apply that. All right, Robert, we are surrounded. Now, Robert has an area of effect attack, but only if he's down to 3 body points or less. He's not down in body points enough to utilize it, unfortunately. So I guess his best option is to try and take out the biggest threat, which is probably that orc that's in front of him. Honestly, because these are swamp monsters, the goblins are just about as big a threat as the orc is. All right. He swings his axe at the mountain orc in front of him, hitting it with a 2. That is indeed enough to kill it if it doesn't defend anything. And it doesn't. Very nice. Mountain orc dead. Justin says it's kind of a weird balance because if you want more, you can just make it yourself. But at the same time, some people want something just ready to go. I appreciate quest books, but I know I'll eventually run out, so I'm trying to get some of my own made ahead of time. Right. I am actually looking almost more forward to making quest books than playing these. But I've also got a lot of this nostalgia built up for a lot of the OG quest books. The one that we're in is not one of them. The one we're in right now is one of the newer ones. I still like it, but I did edit it very heavily. Some of the ones like Against the Ogre Horde that I've never fully completed. Wizards of Morkar I've never played. Dark Company I've never played. That quest is included in this. So a lot of these I'm really looking forward to playing, but I'm also even more looking forward to getting into the creation aspect of it. I have done so before, but to create an entire campaign from scratch is going to be really fun. Okay, I would really like Robert to find his way into a better, into a corner or something, but he's not able to do that without trying to jump over that pit trap. So I suppose we're just going to leave him right where he's at. Yeah, I think that is our best bet. Leave him right where he's at. Okay, Paya, on the other hand, could kill every single one of these monsters. She might destroy every single one of these monsters. So get the clip stuff ready if this happens. If this happens, this will be absolutely wild. Now, being a monk, Paya has access to 4 elements. Each element has 2 skills, but if she uses one, it uses up both of them. So, just for example, the element of air is associated with 2 cards, the Soaring Dragon card, which allows her a free jump over a trap, and the Eye of the Storm card. We're going to use the Eye of the Storm card, which is going to use up both of these for this quest. As an action, make 1 unarmed attack against all adjacent and diagonal monsters. This is something she can only do once per quest. And that includes every single monster that is in that room right there. Every single one of those monsters is either adjacent or diagonal to her, and that was not done on purpose. Just to clarify, being that I'm playing as the heroes and as Zargon, I did not set this up so that she could do this. That is what made strategic sense for the monsters, and now we can see if she gets really good dice rolls, she might kill every single one of these monsters. So let's go clockwise, starting with the Swamp Goblin up here. She throws a fist, hitting it with a 1. Well, there goes that. It doesn't block it, but it is also not dead. It has 1 body point remaining. Next up is the Goblin Archer standing in the corner, diagonal from her. She throws a kick at that guy, hitting it with a 2. She might kill that one. She is successful in making that guy a dead guy. Now attacking the Swamp Orc next to her. She throws a punch, hitting it with a 2. And the Orc does not defend. Dead Swamp Orc. Remember, swamp monsters have lowered defense. That's why that guy only has 1 defense dice. Next, the Deep Femur. Throwing another kick. She hits the Deep Femur with a 2. It does not defend either attack, holding on with 1 body point remaining. And finally, the Swamp Orc that is behind her. She throws a punch and hits it with a critical hit of 4. That is a skilled strike, and that monster is super dead. I'll tell you what, she didn't kill all of them, but that was pretty good. That's a lot. Very nice. Leviani's got the emote in there, the hype train emote. Gohan's got the super dead emotes. Yes. Again, not a total monster death, but a pretty nice usage of that skill for sure. Justin says, at my table we tend to roleplay our heroes in quest, and we do the homebrew roleplay book in between quests, right? I kinda dislike stuff that doesn't happen on the board. I don't know that I'll ever use anything out of that book unless we eventually end up with a physical overworld board, essentially. And in which case, we need all sorts of stuff like that to happen. But I don't know, I think that's part of the reason I've never gravitated towards regular D&D too. At least with this sort of thing, I like to have it physically happening rather than just imagining it happen in between. All right, so that's actually just one of her actions. She does have another action, so I guess we might as well search for secret doors in this room. There are none, but at least we know. We are also going to have her drink a potion of healing that she was gifted earlier, which is going to put her back up to 6 body points. You know what? She's also got a potion of warmth in her inventory, which is something that's more handy in the Frozen Horror expansion, but on a regular basis, it heals her 1 body point. You know what? I was going to use it, but actually let's keep that as insurance, because that could keep her alive, technically, if she hits 0. Standing Wolf says, nice, yes. Oh yeah, advanced monsters, Justin, right. Stats don't change, but they each get a special ability. Nice. As you were mentioning earlier, right, the goblins can move through heroes, which is helpful. That is one One thing that, to my understanding, HeroQuest communities have struggled with throughout the life of the game is groups of heroes cheesing rooms by just standing in the door. And so HeroQuest has started to introduce stuff like that, like there's a Spectre monster that we haven't run into yet. I don't think I put Spectres in this campaign, but they can move through heroes and move through walls to stop that from being a problem. Morkai. What does Morkai have here? He also would benefit probably from doing something to up his attack or defense. Or just attacking more than one monster. Okay, this is going to be weird, but Morkai attacks better at long range. I think we are going to, at least for now, ignore the Deep Goblin that is right next to him, and he is going to shoot. Let's shoot at the Goblin Archer, just because he has better long range. Shooting a blast of energy from his Redwood Wand, he hits that Archer with a 2. The Archer does not defend, and it is destroyed by the blast of magic. And then, do we Ball of Flame this other monster next to him, which is probably guaranteed to get rid of it, or do we Rock Skin to help boost his defense? There's not that many monsters left. I would say we're not necessarily in dire need of killing. If we were in more of a bad situation, I would maybe go for that Ball of Flame. Let's Rock Skin. We'll give him a little bit of extra defense just to beef him up, even if it's temporary, and we'll save some of his better spells for later on. Okay. Morkai is going to cast Rock Skin on himself. This gives him 1 extra defense dice when being attacked. This spell will be broken whenever he suffers any sort of damage, which is, in his current state, pretty likely. He's also going to drink the Gifted Potion of Healing, which is going to put him back up to 6 body points. Definitely a much more doable number. All right. One more, yeah, I thought that was it. Nope, Treus up here. Can we finish off that Deep Femmer? The Deep Femmer is definitely the bigger threat in this room, although Swamp Goblins are also a pretty big threat in level 4 difficulty. Let's see if we can get rid of that Deep Femmer, though. Treus sends a blast of energy from his Redwood Wand, hitting the Deep Femmer with a 2. It blocks 1 but takes the other, and unfortunately, it only had 1 body point left, so it is dead. Actually, I don't know why I said unfortunately there. That's a monster. It's good that it's dead. Unfortunately for the monster, I guess, it only had 1 body point left. Not unfortunate for us. Okay, Treus, what else can we do here? He's got a lot of spells. He does have a Fire of Wrath. Let's do that. He's got a Fire of Wrath spell that might finish off that Swamp Goblin. Let's see if he can finish Paya's work. So Treus casts Fire of Wrath on that Swamp Goblin, blasting it with flames. It attempts to fight off the magical fire, but is not successful, taking 1 body point of damage and burning to a crisp. That is 1 toasty goblin. I don't know if anybody's into eating goblin meat, but we have some nice toasty goblin meat available right now. Gross. Okay, that's going to take us to the monster's turn, and rather wildly, these two are totally in the clear, whereas before, they had a whole room full of monsters, but between the 2 of their extra fancy stuff, they are now free and clear. These guys, however, not so much. Okay, so we should be able to go 2 and 2 here. So 2 Swamp Goblins on Robert, a Deep Goblin, and this Archer on Morkai. We are going to go ahead and move the Archer in so that it can actually see Morkai. And we'll put it in the doorway. Why not? So we'll go with the Archer first. Let me review stats here, because we don't run into these guys too often. Pretty powerful under level 4 difficulty. 4 attack, 3 defense, 3 body points. That Archer shoots an arrow at Morkai. Oop, we had a dice didn't land right. Hitting him with a 1. So much for pretty powerful. And Morkai doesn't block it. Okay, prove me wrong twice in 1 sentence. Whatever. Morkai is now down to 5 body points. Let's go ahead and take care of the Deep Goblin as well. The Deep Goblin swings attacks at Morkai, hitting him with a 3. Wow. Morkai blocks 2 and only takes 1, dropping him down to 4 body points. Good thing he's got himself a healing spell that he could use if he gets down low again. He's only got 1 though. Okay, also 2 goblins on Robert. First swings its sword, hitting him with a 2, which he blocks. And the other goblin swings its axe, hitting him with a 2. He only blocks 1, taking the other one and dropping him to 10 body points. Getting wild, that's for sure. Alright, let's see if we can clear this room out like the other guys did, or at least we will only have a few more turns of doing this. Robert is going to start attacking these goblins that are around him. Again, I wish he had a heroic brew or anything that would allow him to attack twice, but he does not. He swings his battle axe at the goblin directly in front of him, only hitting it with a 1. That also sucks. It doesn't block, but it is also not dead. Do we use the magical throwing dagger to finish that off? Because that is kind of annoying. Feels like he should save that for a harder monster, but I'm definitely a little bit, I'm leaning towards it. What do you guys think? Should Robert use an item that he has to finish this goblin off? It's a one-time use. If he uses it now, he will not have it anymore. It's a magical dagger that is guaranteed 1 damage. It can't be defended. It would kill that goblin, or should he save it for a harder monster? What would you guys do if you were playing this character? Would you use up an item that you're not going to get back on a goblin, but at least it finishes it off? I don't know. One says, I don't know, that's tough. Both make sense, but it's still early. It is. It is. And there are still difficult monsters later on in this quest. I'm always bad about those sorts of decisions because it's like, I don't know, even when he runs into the harder monster later, we might be in the same place. Leviani says, I would be greedy and don't do it. Okay. We'll continue on with the idea to come back to that if somebody has any arguments going the other direction. But yeah, greedy and don't do it. That is the sort of monster or the sort of item, rather, that could potentially be like finishing off a boss in a pinch situation, you know what I mean? That feels like a more appropriate use of that item. So it does make sense. Okay, up here in the other room we have Paya, and this room needs to be searched for treasure, but she doesn't have to be the one to do it. Let's card this and see if she is. Is she searching for treasure or leaving this room? She is leaving this room. Headed down towards the green room. Whoops. 1, 2, is she searching for traps before she walks in? Yes, she is. There are no traps in the green room. Big surprise. All right, coming back down here to Morkai. Let's see if Morkai has a little bit of a better time than Robert did, not even managing to get rid of 1 monster. Let's see, what's Morkai got on him? He has a courage spell, which wouldn't be the worst thing of all time. But it also feels a little bit wasted. I don't know, all the goblins in this room attack with 4 dice, which is a lot. Getting rid of as many of them as possible would certainly be helpful. Okay, yeah, I think we're gonna do it. He's got plenty of spells still. He's got other useful stuff. It's not like this is the only useful thing he can do. He is going to cast Courage on himself, which is going to give him 2 extra attack dice for the entire time that he can see monsters. So this is, oh, he is beefed up right now. Treasure Hunter, Rockskin, and Courage all on him right now. That's kind of funny. Okay, with that, he is going to fire a blast of energy. Whoa! Very nice, Insomnia Knight rating with a party of 18. Very much appreciated. Good to see you, Insomnia Knight, and all of you Raiders. I hope you are all doing good. Thanks so much for checking us out. Rad Trills is also here. Awesome. Good to see you, Rad. How's it going? Hope you guys are doing good. We are in the middle of a quest in the Goblin Warrens in a swamp, and we've got some heroes surrounded by goblins that are unusually powerful. So we are trying to work on getting rid of these guys. Having said that, our wizard right here is casting a spell at this archer. So he's ignoring all the goblins that I just mentioned and trying to kill the human. Yes, indeed. How's it going, Insomnia Knight? Hope your stream went well. What were you up to tonight? All right, let's get this spell done. Mordecai is sending a blast of energy from his redwood wand at that archer, hitting it with a 3, which is indeed enough to kill it if it does not defend anything. And it doesn't. It is one dead archer. Which makes sense. I mean, if it were 2 dead archers, that'd be real weird. Okay, that was Mordecai's both of his actions, right? He cast Courage on himself and he attacked. So yeah, yes indeed. Okie dokie, let's keep on moving. That's going to take us to Trace the Wizard, who is up here still. Trace the Wizard is right here. So he does need to search that red room for treasure. So he is likely the last hero that will pass through that room. 1, 2, 3. So let's just pause him right here. And since Paya didn't search for treasure, he will. Gohan says, no, it would be a Tuesday night. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Too true. Too true. Okay, let's see what's going on here in this room. No special treasure, so let's see what Treyas finds. Oh, he's found a wandering monster. Well, we're getting a lot of those cards tonight, that's for sure. The wandering monster in this quest is a swamp goblin. No surprise there. So, a swamp goblin pops out and immediately attacks Treyas, swinging its sword and missing him. Well, I guess the swamp goblin is blind. He was supposed to go pick up his prescription, but he forgot. Okay, and that was both of Treyas' action as well, so he moved and searched for treasure, so he cannot retaliate. It is the monster's turn. The goblin literally just attacked, so it can't attack again. However, we have 3 goblins down here. Let's start with the deep goblin that is attacking Mordecai, and let's not forget that Mordecai has rock skin, which I did forget on the last turn. Whoops daisy. The deep goblin swings attacks at Mordecai, hitting him with a 3. Mordecai attempts to defend and only manages to defend 2 of those hits. He takes 1, knocking him down to 3 body points, and that does destroy his rock skin since it was unsuccessful at protecting him from the entire damage. But it served its purpose. Also down here are 2 swamp goblins attacking Robert. Goblin number 1 hits him with a nothing, because it is also blind. And goblin number 2 hits him with a 3. A little bit better hit there. He only blocks 1, taking 2 points of damage and knocking him down to 8 body points total. That is going to take us back right on to Robert. It is his turn, and he is going to swing his axe at a goblin. Let's see, which goblin should he hit? The damaged one or the not damaged one? Okay, he's going to go for the not damaged one this time and see what we get. Swinging his battle axe, he hits that goblin with a 2. And the goblin does not block. That was a good call. He kills that goblin outright. Now throwing that dagger at the other goblin would finish it off, but still. I do feel pretty confident in our reasoning that that's an item that's better saved for a harder boss. His enraged skill would let him attack again, but that also feels like overkill on a damaged goblin. I don't like it, but I think we are just going to forego his second action and hope he can block an attack from that goblin on the next turn. All right, Paya. Surely Treyas can handle getting rid of that goblin without her help. Yeah, probably so. We'll card this too. Her options here are search the green room for secret doors, move into the green room and search for treasure, help Treyas with the goblin. Gohan says you thought wrong. Yeah. Well, who's surprised? Let's be honest, who's surprised? Okay, first action, she is searching the green room for secret doors, and there are none in there. Second action, is she moving in there to search for treasure on the next turn, or is she helping Trace with the goblin? She is moving into the green room. She is not concerned at all about that goblin. She's like, you searched for it, you found it, you deal with it. See you later. And we'll actually, as silly as this is, we're just gonna stop her right there. Yeah, because she needs to open this door. There's no reason to open the door that's down here to the south. They already know where that leads. She does need to go into the blue room, but I don't want her to open the door yet. So we're just gonna go in there. All right, Grim says, I'm here twice now. Looks like Insomnia rated. Yeah, yes you are, Grims. Because one instance of Midnight Quest is never enough. You gotta be in here twice. Well, I know I said this to you before, but good to see ya. I hope you're doing good. Okay, that's gonna take us down here to Morkai. Morkai is still couraged, which gives him an extra attack dice. Let's move him here. So he's gonna move away because he attacks better at long range, and then he is going to fire at that deep goblin. Hitting it with a 3, and yes, indeed, that is a skilled strike on a deep goblin. Even on level 4 difficulty, that guy is super dead. Which I have to assume is the noise monsters make when they are super dead. I don't know, but we can guess, and that's my guess. Gohan says, double Midnight Quest. Whoa, yeah, that's right. You didn't know it was possible, but Grimm's Games is making it possible. Well, and Insomnia Night really made that possible. Oh yes, I almost missed. Grim says, yeah, good to see you too. I'm just really busy with work. Totally understood. Totally understood. Tuesday is my busy day of the week right at the moment. That shifts and changes a lot, but Tuesday is my busy day too, so I totally get that. I spent most of the day running around like a chicken with my head cut off, by which I mean I sat in a chair and furiously worked at a computer, but, you know. It's the metaphorical equivalent. Trace is where we are at now. Trace needs to try and get rid of this goblin that he triggered. So he is also one of those that attacks better at long range. So let's move him back and shoot. Can he get rid of the swamp goblin in one try? No, he misses. He clearly did not expect that goblin to just show up out of nowhere. And unfortunately, that's his whole turn. He moved and attacked. Okay. When did that goblin show up? It was on Trace's previous turn, so it will get to attack on this monster's turn. That's a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. Okay, monster's turn. First off, the goblin chases Trace down, swinging its sword and hitting him with a 2, which he blocks just barely. That's not too bad. Very nice. And down here we have the last monster of that insane amount of monsters that was there. One more swamp goblin attacking Robert. Or not. Or maybe that goblin has decided that for the second turn in a row, missing is the better option. And that's going to put us right back at Robert to hopefully finish that goblin off. He swings his battle axe and hits that goblin with a 1. That is indeed enough to kill it. If this isn't a shield, he's good to go. That's a white shield, not a black shield, so that goblin is dead. Very nice, Robert. Actually, Robert and Morkai. Now they got beat up pretty bad there, but they were successful in killing a whole bunch of monsters between all these rooms. That was a lot. Okay, so I guess that means Robert needs to start to move towards these other rooms here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll stop him right there. Now they did search this room for traps already, so he knew that was all safe. He is, however, not searching the red room for traps. He's barging. We're just gonna barge him 1, because until we know whether or not there is a secret door in this room, there's no reason to go on more than just that 1 square. Okay, that's gonna take us to Paya. And we're going to go ahead and have Paya search for treasure in this green room. Just go ahead and get that treasure search out of the way. I'm procrastinating her opening the door into the blue room because we're actually really close to a halfway point where we should probably call it for the night. Because we for sure will not finish this quest tonight. Yeah. Yeah, there's another 6 or so rooms left to go in the quest. So we're approaching that halfway point. We're not there, but we're approaching it. Let's see what she finds in the green room. She accidentally triggers a spring-loaded mechanism which crushes the glass vial and showers her in a stinging purple liquid. It's poison. Roll 1 combat dice. If it lands on a skull, she loses 1 body point. On any other result, she is unharmed. She doesn't have an anti-poison quill, does she? Nope, she sure doesn't. Okay, luckily she is able to fight off the effects of the poison, probably because she's a monk. Kind of makes sense that that stuff wouldn't really have much effect on her. All right, and with that, I think with her second action, we'll actually have her help Treyas just a little bit. I mean, to be totally honest, more in an attempt to procrastinate opening that door than anything else. She sends a couple of energy bolts flying at the swamp goblin, hitting it with a 1, which it does not block. It is not dead, but it is damaged. Down here, we are now at Morkai. Now again, Morkai will likely be the last hero to walk through this room, so we might as well force a treasure search. He also needs to do a secret door search in that room too, so I guess we'll card this. What is he going to do? Search for secret doors, move into the room and search for treasure. Okay. 1, treasure search. What do we have going on in here, Morkai? Morkai found a potion of healing. That's definitely not a bad thing, and I'll tell you what, he kind of needs it. Let's just discard it and immediately drink it. 1, 2, 3, and 4, putting him back up to 7 body points. Like I said, he does have a healing spell. He's only got 1, but we might as well drink that potion since it was an extra. That's going to take us to Treyas, who is still fighting this goblin. It is damaged now, though, so hopefully he can finish it off. Again, he moves away from it and fires a blast of energy from his redwood wand, but misses. Treyas. Oh, man. That sucks, dude. That's some abysmal questing right there. Okay, that goblin is the only monster on the board, and it is chasing. Now, I have to imagine it would be looking to stay away from Paya. So let's move it here. And it again attacks Treyas, swinging its sword and hitting the wizard with a 2. And he does not block either one of them, knocking him down to 7 body points. Now Treyas has a bunch of healing spells, so he is gonna be fine on body points, but it's still annoying that he's having trouble killing a goblin. Okay, that's back to the hero's turn, which takes us down here to Robert. There is nothing searched for in this room. However, because he's already walked into it, no point in searching for traps unless there's a secret door. So is he searching for secret doors or treasure? He's going for treasure first. And he finds a potion of healing and a potion of battle on the alchemy table. That kind of makes sense. He's found a couple of potions there on the table. Now the potion of healing is just a normal, gives you 4 body points back potion. The potion of battle, I'm actually going to read this card because I don't know what this does. Drinking this blood red potion during combat will allow you to immediately re-roll any attack or defense dice that did not give you the result you wanted. Keep any wanted skulls or shields from your initial roll. You may only use 1 potion of battle per turn. That's pretty cool. I don't know that I've ever used that card before. That's pretty cool. So you can roll some dice, keep whatever you want, roll the other dice again. Awesome. Okay. Robert was also the only hero we had that did not have a just-in-case potion of healing, so that's kind of nice. Potion of healing, potion of battle on his character chart. Just says time for food. Very nice. I'm getting near that myself as well. Okay, that was his first action, so with Robert's second action, we will go ahead and do that secret door search, which reveals no secret doors in this room, therefore no need to search for traps. This area of the map is, for all intents and purposes, done for the time being. Morkai can get the last thing that needs to be searched for in that smaller room done when it comes to his turn. In the meantime, it is Paya's turn, and we're just going to have her try and finish off this goblin. All right, she fires some energy bolts at the swamp goblin, hitting it with a 1. And rather pathetically, she finishes it off as it chases Treyas around the room, and he tries over and over to kill it. Paya, with her absolutely abysmal long range, still manages to kill it before he does. Okay. I accidentally closed that guy's drawer before he was in it. Okay, and let's forego her second action. I'm running out of excuses not to open that door, but we'll go ahead and do that. Oh, Standing Wolf has gifted a potion of strength. Who would you like that to go to, Standing Wolf? The monk. You got it. I will put that in her inventory. Potion of strength gift. So that she can use that when it becomes necessary, and there are definitely still plenty of monsters in this quest for her to use that on. That will probably not happen in tonight's stream, but she has it in her inventory for Friday night when we pick this back up. We're winding down here because we're at about the halfway point. I like to go till 3 a.m. when I stream, but knowing that we will not finish this quest, and I don't want some like really tiny amount of quest left when we come back, let's finish this turn, and as long as no other monsters pop up, we'll probably call it for the night. Okay, it is Mordecai's turn, and he is going to search this room for secret doors. It's the only thing left to search in this area. There are no secret doors. We now know pretty much for sure that either the blue room up where Paya and Treyas are is the way forward, or this hallway right here does open up into this. Oh my gosh, I've just destroyed half the dungeon. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, that's a new one. There you go. That is where we need to go at the moment. That does mean somebody's going to have to try and get rid of that falling boulder trap unless they're going to circumnavigate a pretty good amount, which might be worth it because those traps are pretty nasty if they fall on you. Standing Wolf says, for some monks, it is great to have one on hand just in case. Agreed. Gohan says, how many channel points to have that happen again? Quite the boulder. Yeah, no kidding. That must have been a falling boulder trap. Lucky those flying walls didn't take Mordecai out just there. That's funny. Okay, Mordecai does actually have another action left, so I guess let's go ahead and move him, because regardless, there is no way forward where he and Robert are. So let's get him moving in some direction. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and he does have one more movement left. He doesn't have the action to try and get rid of that trap even if we wanted him to. So what's he doing? Okay, yeah, he's not even screwing with the trap. He's circumnavigating. We'll see if Robert has that same idea. Okay, one more person. It is time for Treyas up here, and everything has been searched for, so I guess what we're going to do here with Treyas is 1, 2, 3. We're going to, actually 3 here. We're going to position him to help Paya with whatever is in that blue room when that door gets opened. And that is the end of the turn. No monsters on the board, so let's go ahead and kind of start getting wrapped up for the night. All right, real quick, because we like to have the action not stop, here's some movie magic for all you YouTube people. And we're back. YouTube people, you've just experienced a time jump that for you was instantaneous, but for all of us here on Twitch was several days. And I wish I were kidding. We've been here for days. You guys just got to jump right to it. I haven't eaten. I've just been peeing in the seat. Okay, but we're questing. We better get back to questing. Cody says, Nelath's favorite song, now watch me whip, now watch me nay. Because nay, I gotcha. I see what you did there. Okay, so first in our turn order is Robert Tylan the Berserker. He's down here in the red room, and by the looks of it, he has done everything that he needs to do down here. Everything in this area has been properly searched. Oh, Bobby is here. Good to see you, Bobby. Bobby says, Fortnite Override looks wild. Oh, yeah. So I'm not 100% sure what that is. I mean, I know what Fortnite is. Is this a new thing that they're doing? Or a new game in the series? I had kind of gotten the impression from them that they were going to do the Minecraft thing and never, like, release another game. They were just going to keep updating their own. Ah, and we've got a wandering monster appearing right off the bat. Well, that'll give Robert here something easy to do. So let's go ahead and, well, we don't have to put it on Robert. Let's see what we're getting and who's getting it. The 10 of diamonds is an Ice Abomination. Ice Abomination. Boy, we have not seen those very much. It is possible that we've never seen one of those. Now, these guys aren't painted yet, so it's just going to look like a regular Abomination. That's what they're doing. In fact, nice. Interesting. I have never played Fortnite, although I know what it is. I've seen some gameplay of it. Oh, again, I put that next to Robert. We don't know if that's who this Ice Abomination is attacking. No, indeed, it is attacking Paya. So let's get back up here to the monk and do that there. The Ice Abomination is attacking her. Now, being that we have almost never seen this monster before, I don't know what its stats are, so I better take a look at that. I know ice monsters are usually fast and they have high defense. Yes, pretty fast. 3 attack dice, 5 defense dice, and 1 body point. That's basic stats, but if I remember right, we're in level 4 difficulty. So that's 4 attack, 5 defense, 2 body points. There we go. Feel like the monk may die. Woo! It's a high attack. That is a high attack. I also didn't really get time beforehand to look at how everybody's doing, like on body points and everything. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're a little bit beat up considering we're halfway through the quest. Nobody's like gonna die in a single hit or anything, but we got half a quest to go and not a huge amount of body points to do it with. Okay, the Ice Abomination thrusts its spear at the monk, hitting her with a 2. Now, Paya's got a lot of defense, yeah. So she ought to defend this, but we know how that goes. Yes, indeed, she has defended it, but if you look, that is just barely, exactly enough white shields, only 2, despite rolling 6 dice. Trying to add some flavor. Yes, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, she will be able to attack back when it is her turn. It is Robert's turn first, and I just need to make sure that he's done doing everything that he needs to do. I think he just needs to head up towards where Paya and Treyas are. So we'll go ahead and get Robert a move in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right up behind Mordecai he gets. It is now Paya's turn. Cody's clipped the, we've been held hostage. Oh, that's gonna make a fantastic short. Oh, all right. Paya's turn. So I guess we ought to attack back this Ice Abomination that just appeared out of nowhere. All of the rooms that they are looking at right here have, we've done everything that needs to be done. They were getting ready to head into this blue room over here. So now we need to take care of this Abomination first. Okay, I said 4 attack, 5 defense, 2 body points. That's just about gargoyle stats. Level 4 difficulty is wild. Okay, Paya throws a punch at the Ice Abomination, hitting it with only 1. And it blocks the attack. Ooh, let's hope that's not how the rest of the night goes. 4 attack dice and only 1 skull, and then it blocks. What else can she do? You know, honestly, nothing. There's nothing that's going to help her out right at the moment. Okay, well, that's it for her turn then. It is now time for Mordecai, the wizard, down here, who is just headed up that direction. I doubt he's going to get to within sight of that Abomination, but we can try. Excuse me, we can try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, definitely not within sight of the Abomination, but he's getting there. And that is going to take us to Treyas, who is also standing in the green room and can now help with this Ice Abomination as well. Probably just with a regular attack, although he does have another kind of weak fire spell that could help him out here if we get the Abomination down that low. Treyas sends a blast of energy with his redwood wand, hitting that Abomination with a 1. Guys, you gotta hit harder than 1. And the Abomination blocks it. Yeah, you gotta hit harder than 1. Well, that Fire of Wrath spell could have helped, but if it's not gonna kill it, then I don't think we should waste it. Yeah, I mean, Treyas has plenty of other spells that he could use, but it's a little questionable whether he ought to use them on this monster, especially when they should have been able to kill it. 2 body points is like nothing. Okay, having said that, it is now the monster's turn, and that Abomination can attack because it attacked on the monster's turn last time. So it's, or technically it attacked before the turn started, I guess I should say. So it is eligible to attack again on this turn. It thrusts its spear again at Paya, only hitting her with a 1. And she blocks. Okay, I guess the dice aren't like favoring. The dice aren't favoring the monsters, at least. It's just everybody's only getting 1 skull and then defended attacks. Nice. Oh, the ad hit right as, well, your abomination is still alive, you'll be happy to know. Everybody has been failing to hit it. All right, that's going to take us back to Robert the Berserker down here in the hallway, who's just headed up towards the action. That's not going to get us very far. 1, 2, 3. So he's moving very slowly towards the action. Okay, Paya, second chance to take out this ice abomination. Are we going to do better than the first turn? Throwing a punch at the abomination. She hits it with a 1. So that answer is no. Believe it or not, the ice abomination did not block that attack. It's not dead, but she just got lucky scoring that damage. It is down to 1 body point remaining. And yet again, there is really nothing that she can do. Ah, Sarah's here with the item swap. Very nice. Let's get that done. Let me make sure that I'm in a point that I can remember. Okay, yes. When we come back from the item swap, it's going to be Mordecai's turn. Guys, help me remember that. If I do it wrong, somebody yell at me in the chat. Okay. Nobody is exempt from this item swap. Everybody's got stuff. The hero losing an item is Mordecai. Mordecai has 2 potions of healing, a spell tome, and a bridge scroll. Any of those things he could lose. The item he's going to lose is 1 of his potions of healing, and that is going to be transferred to... No, can't be clubs again. Can't be clubs again, I said. There we go. He is transferring that to Paya, which is actually kind of good. She could use another healing spell, or a potion. So 1 potion of healing transferred magically from Mordecai to Paya, the monk. Very nice. Rukuro says, well, this is going to take a while then for sure. Yeah. Okay, speaking of Mordecai, as he frantically checks his pockets, as he just felt his pockets get a little lighter, he is moving yet again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did we move him off camera? Yes, we absolutely did. And he did get within range to also attack that abomination, so let's let him do that. Firing a blast of energy from his redwood wand. He hits that abomination with a 2. Finally, somebody does. And the abomination blocks 1, but not the other. Teamwork and chip damage equals dead monsters. Shouldn't be chip damage, but it is. What kind of chips? Spicy nacho Doritos, I hope? Cody says teamwork makes the dream work. Yes. Okay, Mordecai finished his stuff. That means it is time for Treyas, and Treyas is ready to move. There's nothing else to do in this room. This door that we see going down to the south leads to an area they've already been. Actually, it doesn't matter. He could go that way. There is also new directions down that way. So either towards the blue room or south is what we're doing. And he is moving south. There we go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Opening the door out into the hallway, there is nothing new to reveal. However, there is some stuff down there that we haven't done yet. This particular part of this hallway has already been searched for trap, so he doesn't need to worry about that. Bobby says they're walking around saying they hate us because they hate us. Yes. And Dr. Funda says chocolate chips. Hey, there you go. That's good. Chip damage, chocolate chips. I like it. I like it. Cody says I moved south, unfortunately came back. I was thinking that when I said that. He's moving south. Didn't we have a song there for a second that said something about you moving south? The rest of which is not worth being quoted, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He can now see into a new part of the quest that we have not seen before, and he has 2 more moves left when he is finished. There is a door right here. And then, of course, oh, actually, we haven't placed. There's also another door leading up into the blue room that is just barely within his line of sight right there. Is he going to stop here and search for traps? No, he is not. So 8, and then his last movement is, again, he's going south 9. Okay, no traps on any of those spaces. Now, he has not done his other action, so he might as well spend it either searching for traps or secret doors in this square hallway. Which one's it going to be? He's going secret doors. Are there any secret doors in this square hallway? It looks as though the answer is no, but I will go ahead and reveal some more walls that are in this area just so that we can see exactly what he searched. So there's some walls there. There's some more walls up here. And indeed, there is a wall here. So we're pretty closed into this square hallway right here. And this is the area he just searched. The entire hallway surrounding the central room. No secret doors in that area. None yet. Not in this area. Dr. Funna says secret tunnel? Somewhere, but not here. Excuse me. Okay. No monsters on the board for a monster's turn, so we are back to Robert. And he is moving 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 up into that room at least finally. That's going to take us to Paya, who again can, same as Treyas, either go into that blue room or head south like Treyas did. She is also going downwards. So I guess we'll take Mordecai and Robert into the blue room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is she going to stop here and search for traps? Yes, she is. She only had one movement left anyway. Okay, same area. The entire hallway surrounding the central room. There are 3 traps in this area. There is a spear trap right here. There is a falling boulder trap up here. And there is a swinging blade trap all the way over here. Zilnox says, so what is the opposite of a tower called? The opposite of a tower. I feel like this is an obvious answer that my brain didn't come up with immediately. What is the opposite of a tower? Yeah, it would be an area that is underground, right? So an underground complex. Or a basement, as Dr. Funnut said. So we're talking about, interesting. Yeah, the first thing that my mind thought of was like a tower, but underground. But that's really only opposite in terms of its relationship to the ground. The dungeon, yeah. Because typically we think of dungeons as being underground. Zealnock, is there an obvious answer? Fair enough, wasn't sure. Okay, I wasn't sure if you were asking that and it was going to turn out to be a joke. Google was being useless. Yeah, I like dungeon. That makes sense. If we're thinking about a complex that is down underground. Ooh, we got a dread spell going on too. Okay, where in the turn order was I, just so I don't forget? We just did Paya, so again, it's going to be Mordecai's turn. Okay, we got our big old dread spell deck right here. The target of this dread spell is going to be Robert, and we are going down 10 cards into the deck. As long as the spell makes sense anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, that is not a spell that we can do, but we'll just keep on drawing the next card until it is one that we can do. Nope, can't do that one either. Well, we haven't had any dead undead. Okay, that would restore body points to a monster. We don't have any monsters on the board. That's the longest we've gone not finding a spell we can use, I think. Tempest we can use. Okay, this means that Robert Tylan the Berserker is going to miss his next turn. He is stuck in a Tempest. Very nice. Zonox says, I felt the need to ask because the stream name has to do with lower levels, so I was thinking, descending elevation in layers like a tower, but tower is the opposite. Well, what is this called? That's a good point. That is a very good point. Yeah, I suppose dungeon is the best word for that, right? Unless there's something else. The word complex keeps popping up into my brain, but that doesn't imply underground necessarily. So you'd have to say underground complex because it's big, or like the bottom part of a silo. I thought it like a dungeon in anime, multiple levels. There you go. Okay, so that is Morkai's turn now, I believe, and since we've got two heroes headed south, we'll have Morkai go ahead and head into that blue room and see what's going on in there. Robert will be joining him once he gets out of the whirlwind, the tempest that he's found himself in. 1, 2, 3. As per usual, Morkai rolls some zoomies. Opening the door into the blue room, he discovers a treasure chest. Also in this room, a swamp goblin. A goblin archer. I feel like I'm running into nothing but these bomb guys all of a sudden. I wonder what happened to my boomerang guys. They gotta be in there. We're just not running into them right at the moment. A swamp orc. And a wasteland femmer. Unfortunately, not one of the painted wasteland femmers, but that is what that is. That's what they got. Okay, Morkai, are we stopping to search for treasure? No. Or stopping to search for traps. Either way, no. We are not doing that, because we don't do that here. Okay, it would be basically suicide for him to actually walk in there, so we're not going to card him for that. We know that he can fire at a monster from his current position. That goblin right in front of him is probably the most obvious target. It's also the closest one. Dr. Funnut says, as long as the chest has a chest inside of a chest, I'll be happy. Whatever you call that. And Cody says, only if each one is covered in layers of duct tape. It'd be like how I wrap Christmas presents, yes. Yes, what is the technical name for the Chinese doll that you take the top off and there's another doll in there? There's a technical term for that. Or not even a technical term, just the correct term for that. Okay, Morkai is sending a blast of energy with his redwood wand at the swamp goblin right in front of him. Hitting that goblin with a 1, which the goblin does not defend, reducing it to 1 body point remaining. Nesting doll. Thank you, Gohan. That's exactly right. I want to say that my mom's mom, my grandma on my mom's side, had one of those when we were growing up, I feel like. I wonder if I'm remembering that right. It seems right. Cody said, Russian stacking doll is what I was raised calling them. Gotcha. Why was I thinking Chinese? Is that not right? Is it Russian nesting doll? Or, yeah, weird. I don't know. I don't know geography and stuff. Get out of here. World history. Let's see. We are at Treyas, and he is, I'd say, fairly clearly headed towards the store. Now, we do need to kind of ask a question of him as he approaches it. So we'll go ahead and let him go 1, 2 up to this door. Because now he can say that direct here. He can see this way. I'm sorry, I looked at the chat and saw the word say. There is a Chaos Warrior standing in the hallway down here, as well as another door technically within the edge of his vision. So let's go ahead and put both of those things down. There's a door right there into that blue and black room as well. So we really need to ask him if he's interested in that room or if he's going to attack the Chaos Warrior. Everything is Ohio. We forgive you. Yes. The Ohioan nesting doll. That's exactly what that is. And it's made out of lots of corn. Cody says, definitely Russian. The guy who made the name was Sergey. Oh yeah, definitely Russian, absolutely. Okay, well, Treyas, what are we doing? Are we rather stupidly opening the door, or are we attacking the Chaos Warrior? I mean, that could go either way, but if there's other big bad monsters in this room, it would be awfully dumb to open that door, because the monster's turn is next. So that Chaos Warrior is definitely attacking him. I feel like we should probably attack that Chaos Warrior. Because if he opens the door, unless that room is empty, he's guaranteeing that he gets hit from both sides. So that's dumb. This may not be a bad idea for one of his spells as well. Okay, let's try a regular attack and see what happens. And Cody says, dice be nice. Yes. All right, Treya sends a blast of energy from his wand at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 2. That's not too bad. And the Chaos Warrior doesn't defend either one of them, reducing it to 2 body points remaining. That's not so bad. And that's going to take us to the monster's turn, where we might as well just go ahead and do the Chaos Warrior's revenge. The Chaos Warrior swings its axe, hitting Treyas with a 3. Let's see, he's got bad defense, doesn't he? Yes, he's only got 3 defense. Treyas does not block a single one of those hits, reducing him to 4 body points. Ouch. We gotta start defending, guys. Throw skulls for attacks and shields for defense. Dice too nice. Well, it depends. Nah. Okay, up here we've also got at least one monster coming to attack Mordecai. And we just need to figure out which one of them it is. Actually, 2 monsters attacking him, because that Goblin Archer should be able to hit him too if we move it. So first off, which of the not Archer monsters is coming up there? Is it going to be the Femur, the Goblin, or the Orc? It is the Orc. 1, 2, 3, 4. The Swamp Orc swings its sword. Oh yeah, Swamp Orc. This is going to be a nasty hit. At Mordecai, okay, hitting him with a 1, so I guess not so nasty. It was a lot of dice. Mordecai does not block that hit. See, these dice can roll skulls, just not when we're trying to roll for attack. And then the Goblin Archer can also get into a position where Mordecai is within its line of sight, and it can also attack. Tossing a bomb at Mordecai, hitting him with a 2, which luckily he does indeed block. Okay, maybe we've got the dice on a good cycle now. All right, that's going to take us back to Robert, and I think this is the first turn since he got hit with Dr. Funnut's Tempest spell, so we are going to miss his turn, and he will be back on the following turn. So instead of him, we are now at Paya. Now, Paya also has a kind of conundrum here because, I mean, we should have her go help with the Chaos Warrior, but her long range sucks. So unless we're going to send her all the way around to try and get at it at the back, she's not going to be a huge amount of help. But I guess any help is better than none, so let's go ahead and get up there and do that. 1, 2. She sends some energy bolts at the Chaos Warrior, but misses it. No help. No help at all. That's going to bring us back up here to Mordecai, who has a whole room full of monsters. Yeah. What was that, Sigil? He may not be here, but that was definitely worth it. I'm still not used to that sound. That still scared me a little bit. I jumped a little bit like, what was that noise? Mordecai, what kind of spells do we have? We gotta do something here. He does have a Ball of Flame spell. You could argue that it's a little overkill for this room, but he's getting hit pretty hard. It's not a good idea here. Yeah, that might be the way to go. We might want to Ball of Flame and then attack regular. Okay. Here's what I'm hoping. If we Ball of Flame first, that might kill that Swamp Orc, and if it does, he can shoot his regular wand at the Swamp Goblin again and hopefully kill it also. That would be very, very helpful. So let's see if our strategy is going to work. First off, Mordecai casts Ball of Flame on the Swamp Orc, enveloping it in a ball of fire. It attempts to fight off the magical flames and is unsuccessful. That's good. That's one monster down and off the board. Swamp Orc dead. Next, Mordecai pulls out his Redwood Wand and fires at the Swamp Goblin for the second time, hitting it with a 2, which, thanks to the fact that it was damaged already, is a skilled strike, and that goblin is super dead. Very nice plan execution. I honestly didn't expect that. Didn't expect that to work. I figured right away that that orc was going to block both of those hits, and that was all going to be useless. So that's kind of nice that Mordecai cleaned up there a little. Okay, now he's got a potion. Does he need it right now? No, he'll be all right for the moment. Okay. That is then going to take us to Treyas, who is also finding himself in a kind of bad spot, being that his close range sucks. So we need to swap the two of them. We need Paya close and Treyas long. Can he do some damage to this guy before he gets out of here? He actually needs to heal himself is what he needs to do. Yeah. Yep. Okay, here's what we're going to do with Treyas. This is not my favorite kind of turn, but we have to do it. He is going to cast Heal Body on himself, which is going to give him 4 of his body points back. That's going to put him back up at 8 body points. And then, unfortunately, with his other action, strategically speaking, the best thing is for him to go 2 back behind Paya so that he can shoot with his best dice, she can hit with her best dice, and also, because her defense is so high, it's much better for the Chaos Warrior to be hitting her than him as well. Okay, that's going to take us to the monster's turn. We're already pointing at this guy, so let's get it taken care of. The Chaos Warrior swings its axe at Paya. Ouch, hitting her with a 4. She blocks 3 of those hits and only takes 1, knocking her down to 5 body points. Not so bad. Could have been much, much, much worse. Up here, we have 2 more monsters attacking Mordecai, since that archer is still alive. First off, the Wasteland Femur is approaching, and let me review this guy's stats here just real fast. Okay, under level 4 difficulty, 4 attack, 3 defense, 3 body points. So 4, 3, 3. Wasteland Femur swings its axe at Mordecai, hitting him with a 3. Ouch. Mordecai blocks all 3 of them. Okay, not ouch. Mordecai is hitting his stride right here, guys. Wow. Okay, and the Goblin Archer tosses a bomb at him, hitting him with a critical hit of 3. He blocks 2, takes 1. That's fair. Knocking him also down to 5. That was a really good turn. Mordecai had a good attacking turn and a good defending turn. Very nice. All right, that's going to take us back to Robert, who can actually move this time. Can he get up there to help Mordecai a little bit? Well, he can only attack close range, so the answer is kind of no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And he's there, but he can't do anything. Dang. Well, we need to get Mordecai out of the way on the next turn. Hit and run, I suppose. Or actually, he attacks better at long range, so maybe run and then hit. Unfortunately, Robert can't do anything else, so we are now at Paya. Let's see if Paya can get some damage in on this guy. All right, Paya's throwing a punch at the Chaos Warrior. Hitting it with a 3, that is indeed enough to kill it. It's only got 2 body points left. The Chaos Warrior defends. Only 1, taking 2 body points of damage, and it is dead. I guess these guys also should be destroyed, not dead, because they are undead. Okay. Paya has another action left. There's nothing to search in this hallway. I suppose we'll let her open this door. We'll just go 1 and open the door into this room and see what lies beneath or beyond. Yeah, beyond. What lies beyond? I'll tell you what lies beyond. It's 2 mountain goblins. if I can get a hold of them. Ooh, one guy's missing a sword. Mountain goblin here. Mountain goblin there. Mountain goblins everywhere. All right, you there. Just came in. Hitting a 15 stream streak and hitting that wandering monster right off the bat. Awesome. Good to see you there. Hope you're doing good. And a wandering monster, yes. Hope your stream was good. I saw you were live earlier, but I was at work. Okay, let's see what kind of monster we're getting. The 3 of diamonds is a deep skeleton. There's a deep skeleton. Ooh, we're getting a fancy deep skeleton here. Now this is one miniature that I painted ages ago. This old guy here I painted when I was very, very young. It was one of the only ones that I was ever happy with back in the day. This is one that will get painted over when Savannah actually goes back and does them well. But at least I had this one that wasn't like total garbage. Interesting fun fact, I had a different storyline going when I was younger, and I had determined that at some point Mentor decided to go after Zargon himself and got seriously messed up, and this was Mentor. This was my Mentor figure. He was just a blackened skeleton because he was real messed up. He wasn't a monster, but that's how bad Zargon messed him up. The blood on the scythe looks good. Yeah, I think so too. That's a good point. Okay, and who is this attacking? Paya. Okay. Well, let's get it behind her. There we go. All right, deep skeletons hit pretty hard in level 4 difficulty, so this skeleton immediately swings its scythe, hitting Paya with a 1. Okay, well, maybe I should amend my previous statement. Deep skeletons roll a lot of dice. That doesn't always mean they hit hard, I guess. 1, which she blocks. Pretty hard, sure, yeah. Yeah, it should have been. But I guess it wasn't. Okay, that's going to take us to Morkai. Good old Morkai over here is going to move a little bit and then shoot at that guy. Sending a blast of energy from his wand, he hits that femur with a 2. Nope, and we got a dice that didn't quite land right. We're going to re-roll that one. No defense there. Hitting that femur with a 2 and knocking it down to 1 body point remaining. Oh, stream was good. Good. Almost missed that message. Awesome. Did you have your Spaceballs redeemed this time? Does that happen like pretty often? Because I thought that I've told several people about that since. That is so amazing. Or at least I hope I understood that the right way. Do you have a redeem that causes the entire Spaceballs movie to play? Did I understand that correctly? Spaceballs redeem. Okay, so I clearly misunderstood that then. Okay. So last time I was in one of your streams, the entire Spaceballs movie played from start to finish. I must have misunderstood. For some reason I thought it was a redeem, but I must have misunderstood. Just watched it on stream. Okay, that's fair. That would be a hilarious redeem, though. It would be super annoying, like the 7th stream in a row, probably, because somebody would redeem it every time, without a doubt. But to have a redeem that triggers an entire movie playing start to finish. You'd never seen it. Oh, nice. I kind of remember you saying that in the stream, but I thought you were being sarcastic. So that's kind of funny. I have seen that movie, but it has been, I mean, I was a kid probably when I watched it. It'd have to be like 1,000,000 points, yeah. So that it doesn't get redeemed literally every time. Yeah. Absolutely. So I don't remember anything about it. I remember that I've seen it. I don't remember anything about it. So it was also the bits that I was able to jump in and watch that day was essentially new information. Okay, that's taken us to Traeus, I believe. Quite good, yeah. I remember it being really funny, and with the cast and the premise of the movie, it ought to be. I'm certainly a fan of that that kind of. It's not fair to really call it slapstick humor, but like that type of humor, the Monty Python kind of dry humor, and it's silly, but it's not all the way in the realm of stupid like some of the more modern things like Superbad and things like that is way across the line as far as stupid goes. Your Schwartz is as big as mine. Yeah. Yes. Oh, I need to give that movie a full attention rewatch before that sequel comes out. Okay, Atreus has moved up and he is going to attack that deep skeleton that just appeared, shooting with his wand. He hits that deep skeleton with a 1, and that ain't gonna kill it. Let me tell you, he did hit it, but it still has 1 body point remaining. Okay, monster's turn. Now the deep skeleton's already attacked on this turn cycle, but everything else can attack. So let's get a mountain goblin up here to Paya, swinging what used to be a sword and hitting her with 1, which she blocks, but just barely. 1 white shield out of 6 dice. We also have both of these monsters up here attacking. So first off, we're going to move that Wasteland Femur in, and it is going to attack Morkai. Makes sense. That's kind of who he's chasing in. Femur swings its axe and only hits him with a 1, which he blocks, but again, just barely. And we've got that Goblin Archer that can do something. Yeah, that puts either hero within its line of sight. It is going to attack Robert, throwing a bomb and hitting the Berserker with a 1. Robert blocked it, but just barely. Okay. Guys, give me just 1 second. I'm not going to put on the be right back screen. I'm going to turn off my space heater that's down here. It's getting warm. I can probably count on one hand the number of times I've turned that off midstream. But I am getting a little overheated. Okay. Juan says, some days you just can't get rid of a bomb. That's true. Too true. All right, well, right back to Robert, and he is going to be attacking that Femur. Is that Femur damaged? Yes, it is. So he ought to be able to finish. You there says, well, time to lurk. Might be back later. Absolutely. Absolutely. Get some stuff done while some Hero Quest is being played. You can't beat that. Robert swings his battle axe and hits that Femur with a 3. That means it's going to have to get all 3 of these as black shields to live. Not impossible, but not this time, I'm afraid. Didn't block a single thing. It is dead. Okay, what do we want to do here? I think we want to move Robert up 1. Yeah, we'll keep the monsters on their toes there. That's going to take us down here to Paya. Ooh, I will say, and this is how often I usually have that heater running the entire time. It's strangely bothering me a little bit that that noise is gone. That provides some like sort of ambient noise down here during the stream that I'm super used to apparently. Because it's real weird that it's not on right now. Okay, Paya. We got 2 monsters attacking you. Which one are you attacking? She's going to turn around and go for the skeleton. That one does hit harder. Paya throws a fist at the deep skeleton, hitting it with a 2. And it doesn't block either one. Destroyed. Poor ex-mentor. It's a reset on our deep skeletons, looks like. Oh, Savannah says, turn the fan on that's on my table. I think I will. Yeah, that's some nice white noise in the background. Johan says, make a recording of it, you can loop. Yeah. Yeah. I've got a better space heater that I want to put down here that's a little bit more energy efficient too, so that might just be something I have to get used to, because I think the better space heater doesn't make as much noise generally, even when it's on. So, yeah. Gonna have to get used to that. Okay, she can also do another action, so all she's done is attack. So she can also search this room here for something. Is it going to be traps or secret doors? It's going to be traps. And there are none in there, because we searched. Okay, Mordecai. See if we can get rid of that goblin archer before it runs away. Mordecai shoots a blast of energy from his wand, hitting the goblin archer with a 1. That's not going to do it. Well, the archer didn't defend it, but it has 1 body point remaining. See? Yes. The prophecy of Gohan holds true. Okay. Monster's turn? Right? No, Atreus. Almost skipped Atreus. Well, I suppose Atreus could help with that room, but honestly, Paya shouldn't need help with a couple of goblins. I probably jinxed it now that I've said that, but he might as well move on, because she shouldn't need any help with that. So let's go ahead and take care of that. 1, 2, we're going to have him try to jump this spear trap. See if he's successful. He is. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And now he is in a new hallway here. However, there is nothing new to reveal. Excuse me. We've got that doorway right there. I think I'm going to switch cameras for that. Here we go. He's going to open the door into the blue room and discover... Let's see, how do we do that? There's a door on this corner. I think we had to do this in the last quest too. We're going to sneak in. There we go, a little wall right there. Door to the next room in that corner. There is also another chest up here in the corner. We've also got a swamp goblin and 2 deep orcs in here. So this is a room full of hard-hitting monsters, or again, I should amend and say monsters that roll lots of dice. Whether or not that translates to skulls seems to depend on the night. 1 swamp goblin and 2 deep orcs. One says, Luke is going to trap the heck out of a quest one of these days just to make sure if we search they find something. Yeah. Well, as the quests gain in difficulty, we should theoretically be seeing more traps. Atreus, are we searching for traps or attacking? He is attacking. And which of these 3 targets is he attacking? I'd say any of them are open game. The goblin's probably strategically the best move. And indeed, we have drawn a card that is equal to the goblin. So, Atreus sends a blast of energy from his wand at that swamp goblin, hitting it with a 2, which is enough to kill it. But it blocked. Almost never happens, but can't complain when it does, considering it almost never happens. Only took 1 point of damage, dropping it down to 1 body point remaining. And to maybe teach the heroes to search. Yeah, no kidding. We do have a whole book later that is built around a dwarven keep, an ancient dwarven keep, and that's one of the books that I wrote. If I remember right, there were a whole bunch of traps in that book, but it has been a long time. Okay, it is the monster's turn, and we're already pointing here. Let's go ahead and take care of this. Which one of these monsters is coming to attack Atreus? It is going to be this deep orc right here. Actually, I should have checked. Deep monsters are slow. Can that deep orc even get to him? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, just enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Deep orcs are definitely bad news under level 4 difficulty. The deep orc swings its sword, hitting Atreus with a 3. He blocks 1 and takes 2. Knocking him down to 6 body points. Okay, in other places on the map, we also have, let's do Paya and then come back up there to Robert. we have this mountain goblin on Paya swinging what used to be a sword and hitting her with a 1, which she blocks. And then up here we have this archer attacking Robert. Now the archer does need to move, so we'll go ahead and do that. The archer throws a bomb at Robert, hits him with a 1, and he blocks. Boy, he super blocked that. 4 white shields. All right, it is Robert's turn, and we need to determine if he is searching for traps before he barges and attacks that goblin. Are we trapping or barging? We're barging. Why do I even need to ask anymore? It's always barging. Luckily, that particular square is not trapped. Robert swings his axe, hitting the goblin with a 3, and because it was already damaged, that is very much a skilled strike. That goblin archer is super dead. Okay, Paya. Attacking the mountain goblin in the doorway. She throws a punch. Hits that goblin with a 2. And it does not block. It is dead. Okay, she already knows there's no traps in there, so she might as well just walk up to the other guy. 1, 2, 3. Indeed she does. And that's going to take us to Mordecai. All right, Mordecai, what needs searched in that blue room? Everything. And as per usual, Mordecai has rolled zoomies. 1. He is not searching for traps as he walks in. 2, 3, 4. Now that he's in front of the chest, we'll give him the option to do any of the normal things. Search for traps, search for secret doors, search for treasure. He is searching for treasure in, wow, okay, in a move that I literally don't think we've ever seen on Midnight Quest so far. Now, we've seen plenty of heroes get hit by traps because they should have searched and didn't, but this might be the first time that we have sprung a trapped chest because we didn't search for it. Dumb, dumb, dumb wizard. You deserve whatever you got coming at you right here. This chest was trapped with a poison needle. If a hero searches for treasure in this room before the trap is disarmed, they lose 1 body point. Does he have an anti-poison quill? No, he does not. So he loses that point, knocking him down to 4 body points. And the only thing he found in the chest was 80 gold. So it could have been worse, but it definitely wasn't worth getting hit by a trap that he should have seen. That's going to put us at 47. That's 3,475 coins. Ouch. Okay. Treus, right? Yes, Treus. Oh yeah, we don't need to take this camera clear over there for that. What am I doing? My brain was elsewhere. Okay, Treus. What can we get done in this room? That goblin is damaged but not dead. The orc he's looking at is not damaged at all. He has a couple of tempest spells. He has a sleep spell. He has that fire of wrath still. Let's smack that orc with his staff and see how he feels afterwards. Or sorry, his fist, not his staff. Treus throws a punch at the swamp orc, hitting it with a 1. Which it does not defend. It is down to 1 body point remaining. And why not? Let's go ahead and cast that Fire of Wrath on it. Let's get rid of it. Oh, that was a deep orc, not a swamp orc. Either way. Treus casts Fire of Wrath on the deep orc, blasting it with flames. It attempts to fight off the magical fire and is unsuccessful, suffering 1 body point of damage and dying. Way to go, Treus. Okay, monster's turn. And again, we're already looking at this room, so it's going to be the swamp goblin this time that's coming up here. Yeah, swamp goblin's nasty hitters here. Swinging its sword, it hits Treus with a 2. He blocks one, but not the other, dropping him to 5 body points. Okay, elsewhere on the map, we have Paya also getting hit by a mountain goblin right here. The mountain goblin swings its sword at Paya, hitting her with a 1, which she blocks. Just barely, though. Again, 1 white shield on 6 dice. However, you guys know as well as I do that if we had rolled 6 dice to attack, there's no way they would have rolled 5 skulls. Okay, moving on. It is back to Robert now, and there's really not a huge amount more to do in this room. So, the only thing he could do really is search for secret doors, or I guess they haven't stepped on every relevant square yet, so traps is also relevant. Search for traps, search for secret doors, don't search for anything, just leave. Oh, he's doing the leave. No searching, says Robert. 1, 2, and he opens the door into the hallway. Now this is mostly an area that we know about already, this hallway. However, there is one thing that nobody has revealed in this upper part, and that is an ocean abomination that is standing there just waiting for somebody to come out of that door. Right there. Savannah says rigged. What was rigged? Did I do something dumb? Okay, let's see. What are we doing here? Robert's got movement left. We know he doesn't need to search for traps out there. He definitely should not step on that trap. So I guess we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll just put him in the position that is most likely that abomination won't reach him. 5 skull dice comment. Oh, yeah. 5 skulls for 6 dice on a defense roll. That's my luck. I don't know about any of you guys. I mean, that is 100% exemplary of my luck. Not just in dice rolls, but just kind of in general. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I know I just said okay like 17 times in a row. I've lost track of what we were doing. My brain went somewhere else for a second, and I had to come back. Gohan says, and Justin. Yeah, no kidding. I wonder, I know Justin's dice rolls were getting better there for a while. I wonder if they've stayed that way. Sarah, are you still here? Then you can comment on that. You said 17. I'm triggered. Should I have said 67 times? What do we have going on here? So I've lost it again. Oh, Paya, right? Paya is attacking the mountain goblin. Yes. That's the other problem I've been having today is focus. I can't stay focused. My brain is just doing that thing. Okay, Paya is throwing a punch at the mountain goblin, hitting it with a 3, and that is a skilled strike. Even in level 4 difficulty, the goblin couldn't possibly defend that. That goblin is super dead. That is one big dead mountain goblin. I forget the reasoning, but 17 is like sacred to juggalos. Yeah, I did not know about that. I was wondering when you said that if there was some cultural thing I was unaware of that made 17 weird for some people. That's funny. I wonder what it is. I wonder what it is about 17. Okay, Paya's got one more action left before she leaves that room. She is very likely the only hero who will enter that room, so she does need to do the secret door search and the treasure search before she leaves. She's only got time here for one of them, and it is going to be the secret door search. And there are no secret doors in this room. Morkai. A big dummy brain up here who's just triggered a trap for absolutely no reason. Now, there is no more reason to search for traps because even if one of these squares is trapped, it doesn't matter. They don't, or either of these. He's not going to need to step on any of those. So the only thing that he has to do before he leaves is secret doors. So let's do that. He is searching for secret doors in this room, and there are none. With that, he can go ahead and leave. Although we're definitely putting ourselves in the line of fire for that ocean abomination. Does he need to heal himself? Yes, he does. He's down to 4 body points. We better cast a healing spell here. Mordecai is going to cast Heal Body on himself, which is going to give him 4 body points back. And pop him back up to 8 total. Good. Okay. And that's both his actions. So we are now at Atreus. Atreus over here attacking this goblin. Now the goblin is damaged already, but Atreus is one of those heroes that attacks better at long range. So I do think he's halfway likely to kill it even with the worst dice. Well, we're going to card this. Is Atreus going to move and fire, or attack and hope? And if he, then he can use an action to search that room afterwards if he doesn't move. So is he moving? Red for yes. That is no. Okay, so we're hoping. Atreus throws a punch at the swamp goblin, hitting it with a critical hit of 2. And hey, you know what? It's a goblin. It has garbage defense. It's damaged already. That's a skilled strike. That goblin is super dead. Well, I guess that was the way to go. Atreus was feeling feisty and just smashed that guy right in his face. Okay, Atreus, are we searching secret doors or traps? He is searching secret doors in this room. And there is one. There is a secret door in this room right here. And rather unfortunately for Atreus, there's some nasty stuff in this room. First off, there's yet another chest. There is also a wasteland femur. Getting super unlucky with which drawers I gotta pull out of. Wasteland femur. There is an archer mercenary. Ooh, we're getting the red archer mercenary this time. I don't know if we've seen this one. I think we've seen this sculpt, but not in this color. Archer mercenary. And the worst news, there is also a Doomguard in this room. And it is the double axe guy. That's bad news. Gohan says, it's the number of copies their first Joker's card sold on day 1. Okay. That's still funny, though. Hey, Michael Moose is here. Good to see you, Michael. Hope you're doing good. Just says, almost forgot to show up today. That's funny. I figured you were in the middle of playing or something. Okay, that's it for Atreus' turn. He killed that goblin and then searched for secret doors. Opened a whole bunch of whoopsie-daisy, and now it's the monster's turn. So that's... Oh, playing Morrowind. Nice. That's definitely bad. That really, really sucks for Atreus. That was a huge whoopsie. Cody says, it goes to figure that when I chuckle at searching for secret doors, there happens to be one loaded to the gills. Yeah, no kidding. I really wish he had searched for traps. That would have been so much better for him, because he's screwed himself hardcore here. That Doomguard absolutely could one-shot him. Now, he's got some healing potions, so he wouldn't actually die. But just in terms of the number of body points versus the number of attack dice. Okay, well, we're pointing at this. Let's see what's going to happen. Now, that archer mercenary can probably move far enough up to get him in the sights, regardless. But beyond that, whether it's the deep orc, the Doomguard, or the wasteland femur coming up to the doorway to attack him is a different thing. I don't think the wasteland femur can make it. No, it can't. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll go ahead and move it close. The Doomguard is also pretty slow. Doomguard can also only move 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the Doomguard also won't make it. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's get the orc up here. 1, 2, 3. Deep orc for sure. Still kind of a nasty hit, this guy. Deep orc swings its sword at Atreus, hitting him with a 3. Atreus blocks 2 and takes 1, knocking him down to 4 body points. And then how much does that archer mercenary move? 6. Is that enough to get Atreus in its sights? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's probable. Yeah, nope. We've let heroes get away with worse than that. That's 100% possible right there. Okay, Archer Mercenary also attacking Treyas, shooting an arrow, but only hitting him with a 1. Kind of let him off easy there, which he blocks. Okay. That could have been so much worse. So much worse. Okay, the only other monster we have on the board is this Ocean Abomination, and these guys are fast. 10 spaces, so probably this guy could get to either Mordecai or Robert. It's going for Robert. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's probably because it saw Robert come out that door. I'm gonna have to look at the stats again. My brain. Okay, 4 attack, 2 defense, 3 body points. 4, 2, 3 is what we're going with. Thrust the spear at Robert, hitting him with a 2. He blocks 1 and not the other, knocking him down to 7 body points. Robert hasn't been getting hit near as much as the others, at least not so far tonight. Now, keeping in mind that he has the max body points. He's got 15 body points, so he was getting hit really bad last time. But tonight, I think that might be the first time he actually got hit, or close. Okay, and it's right back to his turn, so let's see if he can return equal fire here. Swinging his battle axe at the Ocean Abomination, he misses entirely. Robert, what the heck was that? Okay, well, that's super annoying. Let's enrage, I think. Yeah, F in the chat, 100%. Geez, okay. We are going to use his other enrage skill. He can only do this twice per quest. As an action, you may lose up to 2 body points to immediately make an attack, even if you have already attacked this turn. Add additional attack dice equal to the number of body points you lose. So he's going to get a second attack, and it's going to be a little stronger. We're only going to make him lose 1 body point. So he's going down to 6. That's going to give him 1 extra attack dice, and he can swing that axe at the Abomination again. This time hitting it with a 3. That's a little bit more like it. In fact, that might even kill it outright if it does not defend anything. And it didn't. Okay, good. Because an Abomination is not necessarily the monster you want to be using up your good stuff on, but if it means that you get to kill it when you wouldn't have otherwise, worth it. That was, however, both of his actions. So it is now time for Paya down here in the room. We just need to search for treasure, and then she can get out of there, as long as it's not anything particularly bad. Let's see what Paya finds. A potion of healing. Okay, well, they're needing that stuff on this quest, so that's definitely not a bad thing. Potion of healing, straight out of the deck. Good boy, treat later. I agree. Okay, that means she can also move out of that room and head down there. Yeah, actually, they know now that where Treyas is where they all need to be going. That is now the only way forward. Okay, off she moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She's working her way towards that area, at least. It is now time for Mordecai, who has finished with his moron shenanigans up here with the chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he can't take his 6th move there because Robert's in the way. Okay. Treyas. You got a whole room full of crap there, my friend. And no more attacking spells. He's got some useful spells, but no attacking spells. Would pass through rock help him any? No, because then he opens himself up to even more hits. Okay. I hate to not try and get rid of one of these monsters, but he needs healed is what he needs. He's only at 4 body points. Yeah, I'd love to put one of these monsters to sleep or Tempest one so it can't attack, but he needs to heal himself. And he also needs to get out of the way so that a better attacking hero can get up there. Okay, that's not going to help him right at the moment. Okay, strategic. We're in a weird situation here strategically. First off, he is going to cast Water of Healing on himself, which is going to give him 4 body points back. That's going to put him back up to 8 body points again. He just did that not that long ago, and he needed it again already. And then he's going to throw a punch at that deep orc that's right there. Hitting it with a 1, which it doesn't defend, but it still has 1 body point left. That's all right. Deep orcs hit really hard, but not near as hard as a Doomguard, so that's fine. And that was both of his actions too. So it is the monster's turn. The only monsters we have on the board are the ones we're looking at right here. That deep orc is the only one that can attack him other than the archer mercenary. So let's get that done. The deep orc swings its sword at Atreus, hitting him with a 3. Boy, he's going to lose those points like immediately, isn't he? And he takes all 3 of those hits, knocking him straight back down to 5 body points. The archer mercenary also shoots an arrow at him, hitting him with a 2. He only blocks 1, quite literally putting him right back where he was moments ago at 4 body points. I guess it's a good thing he healed, or he would have been down to 0. Now again, he's got stuff that he would have saved himself with, but sheesh. Okay, well, I suppose we are back to the beginning of a turn, which puts us at Robert Tylan the Berserker. Let's get down there. Robert is the one who needs to be in that doorway, because if he's not there, he can't do anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's working his way there. He's just not quite to it yet. We are at Paya. We'll go ahead and switch cameras here since she's right next to it. Now she's not... Oh, what do we got? Oh, we got a potion of healing. Excellent. 1, 2, 3. The idiot. I assume that's Atreus, right? Atreus who healed himself and then immediately lost the body points. Yeah, we'll go ahead and apply that to him immediately. And he will have you to thank for making up for his dumb idiot mistake there. He just made, gosh. Back up to 8 body points he goes. Okay, so Paya then. Now again, Paya's not super useful at long range, but she's not totally useless. I do think this might be a time for Strength of the Mountain. Okay, now it's weird using this for a long range attack, but I think it'll work. I do think the card justifies this. So this is her Element of Earth. Roll 2 additional attack dice on an unarmed attack. Using this element does not count as an action. So I think she is justified in using her energy bolt. She's not using a weapon or a wand or anything. This is technically still an unarmed attack. It's just making her energy bolts a little bit more powerful for this one attack. Sending some energy bolts at the swamp orc. She hits it with a 1. Or sorry, that's a deep orc. I keep saying the wrong thing. And it does not defend, which means it is indeed dead. Okay, he's getting help little bit by little bit. Morkai. Yeah, he can get close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not really close enough to do much. Does he have any helpful spells? No, he does not. I mean, not considering where he's at right now. Okay. He has a Tempest spell and a Sleep spell, which will be nice for combat. But I was thinking maybe if he has another healing spell, he could hit one of these heroes that he can see right here. But no, actually. Okay, that's going to take us then to Atreus. Atreus, we need to do something to that Doomguard. And he needs to get out of the way. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely what he needs to do. He should do something to the Doomguard, and then he should get out of the way. Okay. I kind of wish he could attack, but I do think in the long run this is going to be our best option. Atreus is going to cast Tempest on that Doomguard, which just means it's going to miss its next turn. It's going to guarantee that it's the Wasteland Femmer that's walking out into the room, or walking out of the room rather than that Doomguard at least. So Atreus casts Tempest on the Doomguard, and then he is going to move 1 square out of the way. Or, yeah, no, I think that is going to be technically our best option there. Yeah. Okay, 1 square out of the way, he's moved, and the Doom Guard can't do anything on this monster's turn. Okay, it is the monster's turn, so nothing for the Doom Guard. However, the Wasteland Femur, 1, 2, 3, 4, can come out here, and it is going to attack Paya. Swings, attacks, hitting Paya with a 3, which she blocks. The Archer Mercenary, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, can also get out so that it can see either one of them, and he is also firing at Paya, or she actually, I think. Yeah, that Archer Mercenary is a girl. Firing an arrow. The Mercenary hits Paya with a 3. She blocks 2, takes 1. Knocking her down to 4 body points. Ooh, she's got a potion of strength that somebody gifted her that we need to use up too. Okay, good to know. Maybe she ought to use that when she gets to the Doom Guard. That would be definitely a good usage of that. Ooh, hey, we've got a new follower. Thank you very much. Is it Vigoro? Very much apologize if I have butchered your username. I do that all the time. So please don't be afraid to let me know how I'm supposed to say it if I did not say it right. But thank you very much for the follow. Hope you enjoy what you see and what you hear. If you have any questions about anything, don't be afraid to throw something in the chat. Even if it's a baseball at top speeds straight at my face. It happens sometimes. Okay, let's see. We're back at the beginning of a turn, aren't we? Yes, we are. Okay, it is Robert's turn, and Robert is not going to be able to do much. So our Berserker, our good Berserker here, can only attack at close range. Story time. Oh, yes. Isn't it always? Well, let's see. Yeah, Robert literally can't do anything. He has no, because he is the Berserker class, he has no long range. He cannot help with this battle. Unless Paya moves out of the way. Which is also not necessarily the best option. Okay, I'm just looking at all his cards and anything just to make sure that there is nothing he can do. He could throw a magical throwing dagger. It's a one-time thing, wouldn't kill the monster, and he doesn't get it back. So probably not a very good strategic option. We should probably have Paya hit and run so that he can get in there and at least be able to do something on the next turn. Okay, and it is her turn. Now she's also somebody that we want hitting close range. Letting these monsters out into this cramped hallway just kind of sucks, but that's what we had to do. Paya throws a punch at the Wasteland Femur. Hitting it with a 2. Oh, I threw a dice. Dang it. It went like just about as far away as it possibly could go. Give me one moment. I'm going to retrieve that dice so that I don't forget that it exists. Oh yeah, that thing just like flew all the way behind a desk. We'll get the trusty fly swatter of retrieval. Now here's the premium content right here, let me tell you that. Ooh, there we go. Or I thought, there we go. The fly swatter of retrieval has failed. Oh. I see. The fly swatter of retrieval hit it the other direction. Well, I might just have to trust my memory to get this after the stream is done, because I've just lost it. I can see it, but I'm not going to make you guys watch me try to get to it for the next 10 minutes, so I guess we will continue on without it. There says premium content, but it's not an ad break. Oh no! I've given away the premium content for free by accident. Vigro says, I've been thinking about adapting D&D into board games since a local complained about the wrong way to D&D, so I'm glad someone has already had the same idea for this game. Yes, yes, absolutely. This is a board game called Hero Quest. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. Long history with Hero Quest. Been around since the last 80s, since the end of the 80s. However, we are looking at mostly pieces from a 2021 remake by Avalon Hill. It is very D&D based, but it's not. Maybe based is the wrong way to put that. It's D&D adjacent. It's not based on the D&D combat system or anything. But it's also very heavily homebrewed by me, so it's not even just Hero Quest that we're looking at. Figaro says, if it was a D4, I'd remind you it's there when you least expect it. Yes. Yeah. Well, luckily I have this entire box right here is full of more of those dice. So we don't have a lack of dice. I just, I'm concerned that I will forget its existence. By the end of the stream, I will have forgotten that has happened. And that dice may sit down there for a long while before anybody retrieves it. Okay, now what the heck were we doing? Paya was attacking. The Femur was attempting to defend. She hit it with a 2, and we needed one more dice in the dice tower there. Okay, and it did block 1. I'm pretty sure that was right. So it's still got 2 body points left. User says I shall be playing Hero Quest next weekend, so that'll be fun. Awesome. Absolutely. Are you continuing the campaign that you did last time you went out and did that? Or are you starting new? Do you know if it's the same group? Oh, geez. Okay. We have got that. So we are now at Mordecai the Wizard, who is just down the hallway a little bit. There he is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that any use at all? I'd say, in all fairness, he cannot see any of those monsters. And that sucks a little bit, but that I do think that's how it is. We're in a bad spot strategically here where only a couple of heroes can even do anything. Oh, you know what? Another thing I forgot was that we were going to move Paya out of the way after she attacked, and I just didn't. Whoopsie daisy. User says it's the same group. I haven't organized a second group yet. Oh, nice. Honestly, that's good. To keep the same group coming is a whole thing. I really should consider doing more Hero Quest. Yeah, I mean, as much as possible is always the best. If you can get enough people to play and then get them to keep coming to play. Because that's always been, it's a problem I've had. It's a problem that I've seen a lot of other people in the community have, is getting people to come often enough to justify. I mean, that's a lot of the reason that I figured out how to play it by myself, even though it's supposed to be a multiplayer game, is just to avoid that. I can have people if it works out, and most of the time it can be just me and it doesn't really hurt anything. Okay, well, poor Mordecai can't do a thing, so I guess it is Treyas, and Treyas definitely should be doing some stuff. It's too bad. I would say he can't see the Doomguard, because the Doomguard is the biggest threat. We want to try and get that guy, and he's got a couple more spells that might mess with it, but he can't see it from where he's at. He also can't move backwards to cast with his better long range, or else he's going to step on that trap. Okay, well, this is all we can do. Treyas is going to throw a punch at that Femur, hitting it with a critical hit of 2, though. And the Femur doesn't block either one. Okay, Treyas is a menace with his fist. Who would have guessed? I mean, he's built a good amount of combat, so he's done a lot of combat training despite being a wizard. I guess you don't want to get punched by this guy. What kind of wizard is he? It's kind of ridiculous. What else can he do? I mean, he might as well cast something, since he's got the option here. I guess we'll cast it on the archer there. He's got another Tempest spell. Let's do that. Okay. Treyas casts Tempest on the Archer Mercenary, which is the only other monster he can see from his current position, so that Mercenary is going to miss this monster's turn. Paya's training him in secret. Yeah, I believe it, Gohan. I think you're exactly right. That means, now that it is the monster's turn, that the Doom Guard is the only monster we have on the board that can do anything. So that Doom Guard is going to move out into the hallway. And it's going to be real bad news. Who's he attacking? Oh, and he is going for Treyas. He did not appreciate being tempested on the last turn, and he's going to do something about it. Doom Guard. 6 attack, 5 defense, 5 body points. Level 4 makes these guys big bad nuisance for sure. Okay. The Doom Guard swings both of its axes at Treyas, hitting the wizard with a 3. Honestly, that could have been way worse. Treyas blocks 2 of those 3 and only takes 1 body point of damage, knocking him down to 7. I cannot believe that that wasn't worse than that. I thought the Doom Guard was coming out here to exact some revenge, but apparently the Doom Guard is actually just a bunch of kittens stacked on top of each other inside that armor. I guess, what do you do? Okay, back to the front of the hero's turn. It is Robert Tylan's turn, and unfortunately, just like last time, there is not a dang thing he can do. He can only attack at long range. So I need to remember this time to get Paya out of the way so that Robert can get up there to do some stuff. We're straight up just going to have to skip Robert's turn because there is nothing he can do. It is now Paya's turn, and she is going to throw a punch at that Doom Guard. Just make sure that she doesn't have any of her monk skills that will help out. Not at the moment, anyway. Throwing a punch at the Doom Guard. She hits it with a 3. That's not too bad. It blocks 1, taking 2 body points of damage, and it is now reduced to 3 body points remaining. Awesome. Okay, and then we need to move her. As long as she doesn't roll snake eyes. Okay. She's just going to go back to the back of the party here. It's also not really strategically the best for her, but if we want Robert to do anything at all, we're going to have to let him be the one to walk up there. So that's what we got to do. Okay, that's going to put us at Mordecai's turn, and it is very unfortunate that we can't move him right here. He's not allowed to move a little, do something, and then move again. So I'm afraid that he's kind of in the same situation as Robert. He's just in an awkward spot where he can't do anything. If he had a pass-through rock spell, that would be really handy right now. He's got Swift Wind, but unless he's going to just take a chance stepping on those 2 traps, that's not going to help. Dang. Okay, well, we'll skip Mordecai's turn too. There's nothing he can do. All right. Standing Wolf is here. How's it going, Standing Wolf? Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Tuned in about an hour ago and then went for a walk. Now I'm back. Nice. And you're on a 7-stream streak. Awesome. That is super cool, man. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Hope you're going good. I think you were streaming earlier today too, weren't you? I think when I got a whole bunch of live notifications when I was at work earlier, and it's hard to keep track of who I saw, but I think I saw you were streaming, right? If I'm remembering that correct, did it go good? Good stream, I hope. What can we do here? What can Treyas do? Oh yeah, you know what? Speaking of, I want to get Vigoro a follow back as well. There we go. Standing Wolf doing good here. Yes, I was streaming Planet Crafter. Nice. Yeah, hope that stream went well as always. Good, yes, found a new place I had not been at before. Nice. Oh yeah, you can't beat that. I'm not familiar with that game, but I assume that's a space-related thing, surely. Nice. And Vigoro, if you're still in here, are you also a streamer? Do you stream D&D stuff? Always curious what everybody's up to and what they're doing. I know Vigoro said earlier, looking at adapting D&D into a board game type thing. Okay, Treyas really needs to do some good work here. So let's make an attempt at something fancy. I'm not sure if it'll work, but we'll make an attempt. Oh, and Grimm's Games is here as well. Good to see you, Grimm's. Hope you're also doing good. I'm up to being the greatest. Just kidding. No, good to see you. Okay, let's see. Atreus is going to cast Sleep on that Doom Guard. The spell may be cast on any monster in your line of sight so long as it has at least 1 mind point. The spell puts the monster into a deep sleep so it cannot move, attack, or defend. The spell can be broken at once or on a future turn by the monster rolling 1 movement dice for each of its mind points. If a 6 is rolled, the spell is broken. That was a lot of text. Hopefully that will make sense. Stain Wolf says, you're trying to terraform a planet to where folks can live on it. Gotcha! That sounds pretty neat. Grim's Games, how's the game going? Not too bad. We're pretty near the end of the quest here. We stopped Tuesday night at about the halfway point, so we're nearing the end of the quest, but it is proving to be a pretty equal challenge. All of the heroes are pretty low on body points, but they're pulling out the stops and they're getting it done, so can't beat that. That's my favorite type of game right there. Okay, so the Doom Guard is potentially very temporarily asleep. What we need to do is roll a movement dice for each one of its mind points, and it has 3 mind points. Doom Guard are not very smart. Ooh, what do we got? A Potion of Strength. Awesome. Atreus could use that right away. Yeah, let's do that. Whoever needs it, we'll give it to Atreus and let him do it. And Standing Wolf's got a Potion of Healing. Good, for the monk. You got it. I think she does need it, actually. Yes, she does. She is the lowest on body points right at the moment, so that's very good. Okay, first off, does this sleep spell take? Because monsters can fight it off immediately, so if any of these dice are a 6, that Doom Guard has fought off. Oh, and we've got a Dread spell as well. Okay, that Doom Guard has knocked the sleep spell right out before it could even take hold, so unfortunately that did not take. We'll finish Atreus' turn and then we'll get that Dread spell in there too. Let me apply everything here. So Paya gets a Potion of Healing, putting her back up to 8 body points. Atreus is going to get a Potion of Strength. I'm not going to write that down because we're going to use it immediately. Now Atreus is at a little bit of a disadvantage here because he is at close range. He has much less attack at close range. However, that Potion of Strength is going to push him up to 4 dice just for this one hit. So he throws a very strong punch at the Doom Guard. In quotations, very strong. He only managed to hit it with a 1. But the Doom Guard didn't defend it, which means it has 2 body points remaining. And then we need to do the Dread spell that you there just hit. Okay. Let's see what we got. We got our big old Dread spell deck right here. First off, the target of this spell is going to be Mordecai the Wizard. And we are going 14 cards down into the Dread spell deck. I'll just grab a chunk of it here. This isn't all of it. As long as this is a spell that makes sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Can't use Escape. Let's keep... Nope, can't use Escape, I said. Can't use Summon Specters. We're gonna get one... We're gonna get one. Can't use Werewolf's Curse. We must be into the bottom of the deck. Summon Orcs we can do. I shuffled that deck recently, so we've got all of the weird cards. I should probably make a separate pile of cards that can't be used at the moment, so that stops happening. Okay, Summon Orcs we can do, and honestly, that's kind of bad news right now. So that's a good cast of Dread spells for some bad stuff right here. So this is going to conjure a group of Orcs. And these are just going to go in random spaces. Normally these protect whatever monster summoned them, but in this case this spell came from the void. So let's see how many Orcs we're getting. We are getting 5 Orcs on this. On a roll of a 4 or 5, we would get 5 Orcs. So yeah. Now these are just garden variety mountain Orcs, so they're basic Hero Quest stat Orcs, affected only by our level 4 difficulty, which means extra attack dice, extra body point. Good job, me. Yes. Okay, so let's just kind of get them spread in and around. We'll get some back here, and that'll give Paya something to still do. Paya and Mordecai both. In fact, we'll go ahead and stick one in that open space right there. We'll go ahead and get one behind Atreus as well, and then maybe another one in the room. Okay. Now these are not wandering monsters, so they don't attack immediately, but they will attack on the monster's turn. And it is the monster's turn. Okay, so I guess they are attacking immediately. Okay, we got everybody. Everybody on the board other than these 2 orcs in the back that can't quite get to anything just yet. The Doom Guard's attacking, the Archer is attacking, and 3 of those 5 orcs are all attacking. So this is going to be an interesting turn. Let's go in turn order as much as we can. We have 1 orc attacking Robert. That orc swings its axe, hitting Robert with a 3, which he doesn't defend. Not a single one. 1, 2, 3, knocking him down to 3 body points remaining. We have an orc also attacking Paya. Same thing, swinging its axe and hitting her with a 2. Jeez, okay, and she doesn't block either one of those. You know what? This may not be the best possible use of this, but I think we are going to have her use her Twisting Torrent skill of the element of water. Use this element immediately after taking any amount of damage from an attack or trap to cancel that damage. So she's just going to block those 2. By the way, that's something she can only do once per quest. That would be super broken if she could just do that whenever she wanted. Morkai does not have any monsters on him. Atreus has got that orc and the Doom Guard. Let's do the orc first. The orc in the back swings its sword at Morkai, hitting him with a 1, which he blocks. And the Doom Guard swings its axes at him, hitting him with a 5. Now he does not have anything that allows him to just not get hit by something. He blocks 2, taking 3 points of damage, which knocks him down to 4 body points yet again. He keeps healing himself up from that and getting knocked back down. Savannah says, as I said, rigged. Yeah, there you go. Of course, I just joked earlier that if we were rolling to attack, we would never get 5 skulls. But of course, it happened on a monster's attack. Now, a hero could never roll 6 dice and get 5 skulls. And finally, the Archer. The Archer can see either Atreus or Robert, and it is shooting at Robert. So it's already facing the right direction there. The Archer fires an arrow, hitting Robert with a 1, which he blocks just barely. Okay, pretty nasty monster's turn. Those orcs hit hard. Okie dokie. So that's going to take us back to Robert Tylan the Berserker, who was just about to get up to that Doom Guard and now has an orc in his way. So let's see if he can clear the path. Ooh, we should have used his retaliation. I didn't think about it. Okay. Uther says, look, if you guys do the help heroes, I have to counter it with 5 orcs. Yeah, there you go. Okay, Robert swings his battle axe at the orc, hitting it with a 2. Luckily, he slices right through that guy, taking it right back off the board. And with that, I do believe we will move him up to the back of the Doom Guard. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and save that. I need to remember to do his retaliation skill the next time he gets hit. He's also low enough to do a frenzy attack, which might be worth doing on his next turn. Okay, Paya the Monk. Back here fighting an orc now. I would also really like for her to get back up to the Doom Guard, but that's just not going to happen the way it is. Okay, Paya throws a fist at the orc, hitting it with a 3. The orc does not block any of those, definitely dead. Punched right into his skull. And then let's actually leave her right there for now, because Morkai, I want Morkai to get close enough to actually do some stuff too. Yeah, so we'll leave her for right there. There's nothing else she can do. It is Morkai's turn though, and we are going to move him up 1 so that at the very least he can see that Doom Guard right there and he can mess with it. Now he also has a sleep spell, which would be pretty handy. It's debatable whether he should just attack or cast that spell. He also has a Tempest spell. So either way... Okay. So let's just card it. Red, he attacks. Black, he casts one of those spells. He is going to attack. Mordecai shoots a blast of energy at the Doomguard from his wand, hitting it with only one. And the Doomguard blocks it just barely. I really didn't think it was going to. I guess he should have cast a spell. Well, he tried. And that is going to put us at Treyas the Wizard, who is surrounded and being attacked by a very difficult monster. That's definitely not good news for him. What can he do? He does not have any attacking spells. He has one more healing spell. He's got Pass Through Rock. Is there a world where that helps him right now? It would get him away from the Doomguard. Okay. Pass Through Rock counts as an action, doesn't it? So he's not going to be able to, like, hit and run. If he casts that spell, he casts it and then he runs, and that's just where it is. Okay. But I think that's... as sad as it is, that might be his best action right now, is to kind of retreat. He's low on body points, he's low on healing stuff. He's being attacked on both sides by difficult monsters. He should probably do that. It's unfortunate that he can't hit first before he goes, but... Okay, Treyas is going to cast Pass Through Rock on himself, which allows him to, for just this turn, move through walls and traps and monsters. Then with his second action, he is rolling to move, and geez, he didn't even get very much. Let's roll him. Do we put him where he's going to be ineffective? That's probably stupid. At least get him where he's not getting hit by every single monster. Yeah. We're just going to move him backward. So we're going to use this to get him over that trap that's standing right there without having to roll to jump. And then at least he can still be effective, but he's only getting hit by one monster instead of a bunch. Okay. And that's going to do it for his turn. So it is now again the monster's turn. Let's see if we can go in turn order. Who can attack Robert? Well, the Doomguard is going to. It's now the only hero. The only hero that it can do. The Doomguard swings its axes at Robert Tylan, hitting him with a 3. Robert blocks one of those, getting hit with 2, getting knocked down to 1 body point. However... he also has a retaliation skill that we should have used earlier, but we can use it now. This skill can only be used if you have 5 or fewer body points. The skill, immediately after you've taken damage from an adjacent monster, immediately make an attack against that monster. In retaliation, Robert swings his battle axe, hitting the Doomguard with a 2. Oop, got 2 dice that didn't land quite right there. And clearly not expecting it, the Doomguard takes both of those points of damage, and that is death for that Doomguard. That was kind of lucky. Of all the things I thought might happen with that, that wasn't one of them. Put up a good fight, though. It was around for a lot of turns. That does clear the way for other monsters to get out at him, though, so it's not like he really saved himself. Let's get a Mountain Orc out there. Mountain Orc swings its flail at Robert, hitting him with a 3. He blocks 1, takes 2, which technically would be death. However, he does have 1 single potion of healing that he can drink to save himself at the last moment, popping him back up to 4 body points. And I need to make sure I erase that off his character chart. That also, although he does not have less... Okay, I was going to say he could retaliate against that one too. That's not a once per turn thing, but he's no longer... Yeah, he's still under 5 body points. I don't see why that's illegal. Let's do it again. He can only do this twice per quest. But he might as well do it here. Retaliation. Oh, no. No. Wait a minute. Before we do that, I just realized If he opens the way to another monster to hit him and that monster gets lucky, he doesn't have any way to save himself at the last second. That's actually real dumb. Let's not do that. So, we're good. Moving on. That archer can just about only see Robert too, so let's have the archer attack him. Firing an arrow and hitting Robert with a 2. Robert blocks them just barely. Yeah, of course, Uther says do it. What else? So nobody can attack Paya, nobody can attack Mordecai, so it should just now be this orc on Treyas. Orc swings its sword at the wizard, hitting him with a 3. Oh, come on, dice. And he doesn't block a single one of those, knocking him down to 1 body point remaining. Okay, we've got one more orc in the room, and we've got an open spot in the hallway. Let's put it out there. Doesn't let it attack a hero, but it's out. It's a little bit more in the action that way. Nobody's got a lightning spell or anything. I'm not setting them up for that. It is now Robert's turn, and Robert needs to hit and run. He's at 4 body points. He's not doing super good, and yeah. Let's hit and run here. See what happens. Robert swings his battle axe at the mountain orc, hitting it with a 3. It does not block either hit. It is dead. All right, let's back Robert up out of there. And we'll let somebody else jump back into the action. Actually, Paya is in a much better position, so let's do that. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And let's tell you what, that archer is very annoying. Let's see if Paya can work on getting rid of that archer. Paya throws a punch at the archer mercenary, hitting it with a 3, which might kill it if it doesn't defend anything. It's got 3 defense dice. Not a single defense. That is 1 dead mercenary. A mercenary also did a lot. It was around for a lot of turns. Okay, that's going to put us at Mordecai, who can move into the hallway, putting him within range of firing at that orc. So he sends a blast of energy at the mountain orc with his wand. What's with the dice not landing right all of a sudden? That almost never happens to these. Hitting it with a 2. And it blocks 1. Hangs on to life with 1 body point left. And Treyas. Yes, indeed, Treyas. Now, he's down to 1 body point. What does he have? Okay, he's got stuff that he can use to save himself, so he's not necessarily in bad shape. Despite being down extremely low, he's not in super bad shape yet. I did realize, though, now that I should have thought about this a little harder, once they have all these monsters dead, he's still going to have to step on that trap to get back to the heroes. Yeah, that sucks. Hadn't thought of that. Okay, Treyas is going to move back 1 because he does attack better at long range, and fire with his wand at that orc, hitting it with a 2. And it did not defend either one. These orcs were hitting hard. Uther says that's good. I was thinking more of in terms of immediacy, I guess, rather than in strategy. Because I could have put him just totally out of harm's way, but then he wouldn't have been able to help the heroes at all either. Whoops. Yeah, okay. Going back around the other way is probably the better option, as silly as that is. But it is the truth, however. Okay, it is the monster's turn, and we have 1 lonesome mountain orc left on the board right there, attacking Paya. So mountain orc swings its sword at Paya, hitting her with a 3. She only blocks 1, taking 2 of those hits and dropping her to 6 body points remaining. All right, Robert. Do we know anything about this blue and black room yet? We know there's a secret door in it. That's it. So we don't know for sure if there are any traps in there. I don't want Robert to be useless. So I suppose what we'll do, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Luckily, no traps right there. Is he searching for traps in this room now? Yes, he is. Okay, he's starting to learn his lesson. There is one trap in the blue and black room, and it is the treasure chest. The chest is trapped. Paya, can we get rid of this last monster? Throwing a fist. Paya hits that orc with a critical hit of 4. Even in level 4 difficulty, that is a skilled strike on that orc, and it is super dead. Level 4 does not yet increase monsters' defense, so we still occasionally get skilled strikes there. Okay, with that, she can move. So we'll just go ahead and kind of move her into the center of this room because we don't know yet what she's going to do. Mordecai. He doesn't happen to have anything that would destroy a trap, would he? He does have a bridge spell scroll. What does that do? Okay, so it would allow whoever uses it to safely cross any sort of trap without having to roll for it. But, I mean, that would be handy, but it's Mordecai that has that, not Treyas. So that is unfortunately no help. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and send Mordecai into the room. And Treyas is just going to have to work it out. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Mordecai, what are we doing? Are we going to try and disarm the trap? Or are we ignoring that and going into one of the other rooms? He is going to try and disarm the trap. Ooh, geez. Okay, Mordecai pulls out his toolkit and makes an attempt at disarming the trap. As long as this is a shield of either color, he is good to go. Unfortunately, it is a skull, which means he fails, triggering the trap, and it is again a poison needle, the same thing that he got hit with earlier because he didn't search. At least this time he searched. Only 1 body point of damage, dropping him down to 7, and he still needs to search for treasure on the next turn to actually get what was in the chest. Well, you lose some, and you lose some others, and then you lose a bunch. Okay, Treyas. With that extremely positive sentiment, let's continue. Treyas needs to figure out which one of these traps he wants to brave, because he's got to step on one of them. The falling boulder trap will hurt worse, but it'll be a one-time thing, whereas the swinging blade trap could hit him over and over. So I'm kind of feeling like that boulder trap is probably the better way to go. Okay, let's see what happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. He is going to attempt to disarm this falling boulder trap. Again, if he gets a shield of either color, he's fine. And he is. That's honestly surprising. This is not what I expected at all. He has successfully disarmed that falling boulder trap. No monsters on the board. We are back to Robert, and now this blue and black room is done once Mordecai searches it for treasure. So Robert needs to move either into this purplish room or down here into this brownish yellow room. So which one is he going for? He's going into the brown room. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is he stopping to search for traps? Yes, he is. Oh, good boy, Robert. You have learned. In the brown room, the chest is trapped. No surprises there. Okay, Paya also needs to go down into a room, and it's, yeah, again, it could go either way. There's stuff that needs to be done in both rooms. She is also going the way that Robert is going. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, what is she doing? Has she come in here to search for secret doors? Has she come in here to try and disarm that trap? She's going to try and disarm the trap. Okay. She has the same odds as everybody else here. If this is a shield, she's good to go. And it is. So she has successfully disarmed the trap on the chest. She'll still have to search for treasure to find out what's in it, though. Back up to Mordecai. Mordecai is going to spend his first action actually searching that chest for treasure. And it has 80 coins. So the same thing as the last chest we searched there. So we are going to 3,555. That's a lot of fives right there. Okay, second action. He might as well open the door. Although, how many body points does he have? He's in shape. So opening a door is a questionable move. It is the last thing that needs to be done. Yeah, any other time we'd do it. We better just do it. Mordecai opens the door into the purpley room, the maroon room. And in it is, first off, the exit to this quest, the staircase leading to the lower levels. However, also in this room, there is a swamp goblin that is here, a goblin archer. There's a boomerang guy. I knew they had to be in there somewhere. Good old boomerang goblin archers here. A mountain orc. An archer mercenary. Back to the gray squatting guy. And a chaos warrior. So we have one last monster rush here for the heroes before they get out of here. This guy's got fancy, shiny purple armor that I made an attempt at painting when I was very young. Looking forward to that paint job getting redone. And unfortunately, Mordecai doesn't have another action to do anything about what is going on in this room right now, so he is done as it is. And it is now time for Treyas, who is our only hero, who is still up here and just trying to get back to everybody. Let's tell you what, he's got a swift wind spell that'll help him get there a little faster. Let's do it. This powerful burst of energy allows the targeted hero to roll double the amount of movement dice for the next 3 movements. So for his first movement, grab some extra dice here. He gets a dice that didn't land right. That's not too bad. That is 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, let's leave him right there. You guys probably didn't quite see where he made it to. He got right behind Mordecai, so that was definitely a good move. And the other good news is he is within line of sight of that goblin and that archer mercenary. Oh no, you know what? He can't attack. He cast a spell and then he moved. Okay, well, he positioned himself. We're just gonna have to wait a little bit to find out how that works out. Okay, it is the monster's turn, and one of these monsters needs to come up and attack Mordecai. Either the Swamp Goblin, the Mountain Orc, or the Chaos Warrior needs to be the one to do it. The archers shouldn't need to move to hit him. This is going to be the Swamp Goblin that is moving up here. Okay, Old Swampy, swinging a sword and hitting Mordecai with a 3. And he doesn't block a single one of those. 1, 2, 3, knocking him down to 4 body points. Jeez, these heroes just aren't defending worth crap. Okay, let's move the archer a little bit so that the line of sight is a little bit more justified. Throwing a boomerang. Hits Mordecai with a 1, which he blocks, and the archer mercenary firing an arrow and missing. Kind of lucky, honestly. Okay, well, what a turn we have all of a sudden. So what is Robert gonna do? This room needs searched for secret doors. He might as well do that. And indeed there is one. There is a secret door in this room as well, also leading over into the maroon room, which might be helpful at this point, because the heroes might need some help. And I do think Robert should do that. Okay. Now the question here is, 1, 2, 3, is he searching for traps or is he barging? He is searching for traps. Boy, look at that. Usually everybody just barges. There are 2 traps in this room, and they are covering both of the entrances to the room. There is a spear trap right in front of Robert's face that he would have stepped on if he had barged. There is also a swinging blade trap right here where this goblin is. So we know what entrance we should not go in, that's for sure. It's too bad Robert didn't attack on that turn, but at least they know about the traps now. Let me shuffle my randomizer deck here real quick. Okay. And that is going to put us at Paya the Monk, who needs to search this room for treasure now that the trap has been disarmed. Let's see, what is in this trap? Oh, 2 random spell scrolls is what she's just got. So let's grab our spell scroll deck. And Ash Ketchum is here. Good to see you, Ash. Hope you're doing good. Happy weekend. Hope you're having a fun one. Yes. Yes, indeed. After a not necessarily bad, but very strange day, I'm very happy to be questing. We've got our spell scroll deck, and we need 2 spells out of this. The first one is just going to be the very top card, whatever that is, which is a sleep scroll. And the second card is going to be the 3rd card down. 1, 2, and 3 is another sleep scroll. Okay. I shuffle all these decks. That's weird that we get 2 of the same thing, but whatever. So Paya has just found 2 sleep spell scrolls. I'm going to make sure I write that on her sheet here. Sleep scroll times 2. Okay. Okay, is she within line of sight of anybody? Can she see that goblin archer? Yeah. Yeah, I'd say she can. Okay. She doesn't hit very hard with long range, but I think that is okay. She can at least give it a shot here. She sends some energy bolts at the goblin archer, hitting it. No, she didn't. She missed. Well, guess we calculated line of sight for nothing. It's worth a shot, I guess. And that's going to take us to Mordecai the Wizard, who finds himself face to face with a goblin. Okay. Got some plans here if he can make some stuff happen. Mordecai swings his wizard staff at the goblin, but misses it. Okay. Dang. All right, well, I think what he will do is he is going to cast Tempest on that goblin. So that swamp goblin right there is going to miss its next turn. There's just one less hero attacking him. However, Treyas also gets a turn here. If Treyas kills that goblin, that will have been for nothing, which will suck a little bit. Or should Treyas try to move down here? Yeah, actually, that's a much better idea. Let's just do that, because it would be to Mordecai's benefit for that goblin to stay alive. So, Treyas using his second instance of Swift Wind here. I don't know why I put those other movement dice away. I wasn't done with them. Rolling a whole bunch there. What does he get? It says 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nobody tell Gohan that we said 17 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, this Chaos Warrior is still within Treyas's line of sight there, and she should be able to do that. So, yeah. All right, let's fire on the Chaos Warrior with his Redwood Wand. He hits that Chaos Warrior with a 2. And the Chaos Warrior blocks both of them. Not going down that easy. No tips or tricks to get rid of that guy. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, monster's turn. The goblin can't do anything. However, either the orc or the Chaos Warrior are coming for Robert. And it's going to be the orc. This is just a regular mountain orc here. Swinging its sword and hitting him with a 2, which he blocks. Then we have the 2 archers. So this archer down here for sure, unless it moves, it can only see Mordecai. This archer could see either Mordecai or Robert. So let's go ahead and take care of this archer yet, because the target's not in question. The archer mercenary fires at Mordecai, only hitting him with a 1, which he doesn't block. Knocking him down to 3 body points. This is going to be a close one. Now, Robert's got an elixir of life, so as long as it's not Robert that dies, we should be fine even if something happens. And then the other archer is also firing at Mordecai, throwing a boomerang, and hitting him with a 1, which he blocks. Very nice. All right, back to the top of the hero's turn. We are starting off with Robert. Swinging his battle axe at the mountain orc and hitting it with a critical hit of 4, which is a skilled strike. That mountain orc is super dead. Okay, now I really don't want him to be the one charging into the room, if I'm being honest, being that he has such low body points. It sucks that he can only attack close range, though, so if he doesn't charge in there, he's not necessarily in good shape. Well, we're going to try it. So he's going to move towards this archer. He's going to try and jump over this spear trap. Let's see if he's successful. He is not, so the spear hits him, unfortunately, knocking him down to 3 body points. But the spear trap is gone now. Okay, I think we've got a plan, though. I think we should still be okay. Yeah. Okay, moving on, it is Paya's turn. So let's get our monk. Now, she's still got a good amount of body points, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We are going to get her right up here in this Chaos Warrior, and she also has a potion of strength that was gifted to her on Tuesday. Now, those go away. We don't let them keep those between quests, so we need to use it. So let's go ahead and get that on her. Now, she is rolling 6 dice for this attack, and as we mentioned earlier, there is no chance she gets 5 skulls, right? This is going to be like all shields, and she's going to get 1 skull. That's how this always goes. Let's see what happens. She got a 3. Okay, so we weren't wrong, but at least it wasn't as bad as I predicted. 3 skulls on the Chaos Warrior, which won't kill it. Let's see what it defends. Nothing. So it hangs on with 1 body point remaining. Okay, that takes us to Mordecai, who is again attacking that goblin. Mordecai does not have any attacking spells. Let's go ahead and use up his Future Sight. Why not? This is a fairly new spell. This is a spell of detection that we have not used before. Mordecai only just got access to these. The spell may be cast on any one hero, including yourself. That hero may then re-roll any attack, defense, or movement rolls on their next turn. So he's going to cast that on himself just to see, just a little bit of insurance, I suppose, depending on what might happen in the next turn. Then he is going to swing his staff at this goblin, hitting it with a 1. That's a swamp goblin, right? Yeah. Which it blocks. Well, it's a strong monster. What are you going to do? Treyas needs to do us just a little bit of insurance here. Treyas is going to cast Heal Body on Robert. So this is going to give Robert a little bit more of a fighting chance since he's got not very many body points. It's going to give him 4 back, which is going to put him up to 7. There we go. And we established last time that Treyas does have line of sight to that goblin archer. So we'll make another attempt at getting rid of that archer. Sending a blast of energy from his wand, he hits that archer with a 2, and the archer does not block. 1 less monster on the field in the final room. Robert didn't need it. Well, you might have been right there, but it's doubtful. It is the monster's turn now, and we have only 3 monsters left on the board right at the moment. Everybody but Treyas is going to get attacked by the looks of it. So let's go more or less in Hero's Order turn. Hero's turn order, whatever. First off, the Archer Mercenary fires an arrow at Robert. Oof, hitting him with a critical hit of 4. Look at that. Ouch. Robert only blocks one of those, taking 3, so he would have... No, he wouldn't have survived that, would he? Knocking him right back down to 4 body points, and what really sucks is he can't use his retaliation because he is not adjacent to that archer. Ugh. Okay, Chaos Warrior attacking Paya. Hitting her with a 2. Oop. Yet another dice that didn't land right. She blocks 1 and takes 1, dropping her to 5 body points. And finally, we've got the Swamp Goblin attacking Morkai. Swinging its sword and hitting him with a 3. And he doesn't block a single one of those. Oh, okay. That does mean, unfortunately, that Morkai is going to have to drink a potion of healing to save himself at the last moment. I think he found that potion in this quest, which is going to put him at 4 body points. There we go. That was a big hit from that goblin. Rolling skulls for monster attacks and rolling more skulls for hero defense. Figures. Okay, that's going to take us back to Robert, who needs to get up here to the archer. Now, what does his frenzy do? I always forget. Okay, it means he can attack twice on a turn if he has enough actions to do so, and he hits everybody that is... It's an area of effect thing. He hits everybody adjacent and diagonal to him, so that's not actually... He's just about low enough to use that, but not quite yet. He swings his battle axe at the archer mercenary, hitting it with a 3. Keep forgetting what these guys' stats are. Okay, that might kill it. It blocks 1, hanging on to life, taking 2 body points of damage, with 1 body point remaining. It's always good when the heroes need to use all their resources. Yeah. Yep. I mean, that's it for me, you know what I mean? That's providing them a challenge, which would imply using up resources. They overcome the challenge, but it was a challenge. So this quest is proving extremely good for that. Ooh, Paya's got some stuff left. I almost forgot. Okay, yeah. It's a little bit of a shame that she can't hit multiple monsters with this, but she is going to use up her Burning Spirit. This is the last of her elements. As an action, expel a beam of brilliant energy from your soul's core. This beam may be straight or diagonal, continues until it meets a wall or closed door. Each enemy in the beam takes 2 body points of damage. This cannot be defended. So it's unfortunate that only the Chaos Warrior is getting hit by this, but it is going to guarantee that that Chaos Warrior dies immediately. Health is a resource. There you go. Yes. And they are using that up. Okay, now that was an action. That was not an attack so much as it was using an element. So she can still attack. Now keep in mind that her long range attack sucks, and this probably isn't going to do anything. But with her other action, she is going to shoot some energy bolts at the archer down here. Hitting it with a 1, but it blocks it. Okay, Morkai. Can we finish off this goblin, Morkai? Actually, by the looks of it, he hasn't even damaged it. Okay, he attacks better at long range. He's going to back up and fire at this swamp goblin with his wand and miss it. Morkai. What are you doing, man? Okay, well, Treyas is going to waltz in here, and now he basically just has to make a determination who he's going to help. Either Robert or Morkai, because both of those monsters are pretty hard hitters. What does that potion of battle do? Oh yeah, boy, that is a handy potion, that right there. Okay. I think we're going to attack the goblin. Firing a blast of energy with his wand. He hits that goblin with a 2. And the goblin does not block. He does indeed destroy it. So close, but will they get a cookie? It is almost time to find out. It is the monster's turn, and we only have this archer left. It's going to move 1, which gives it line of sight to literally any of the 4 heroes. Who is he attacking? He is actually going to shoot at Robert. Firing an arrow and hitting Robert with a 2. Robert blocks 1 and takes 1, knocking him down to 3 body points. And again, unfortunately, because he's not adjacent, he cannot use his retaliation here. Probably would have finished the guy off if he had been able to. Okay, and with that, we are back to the hero's turn, and surely between all 4 of them, they're going to get rid of this archer, except for that I jinxed it, right? Robert moves and swings his battle axe at the archer, hitting it with a 3. Oh yeah, that guy's dead. He came very close, okay? He blocked 2 of those, only taking 1 body point. Unfortunately, that is enough to kill it still. That would have been crazy if he had blocked all 3 of those. Doesn't happen very often, because statistically it shouldn't, but it has happened before. Okay, we need to do some treasure searching and then basically get out of here. Paya, secret doors or treasure? She's doing secret doors, and there are none other than the one that they walked through. And then she's going to use her other action to do treasure, and basically, so long as this isn't a wandering monster, the quest is done. It's a potion of healing. Okay. Weird. We got to be just about through all of them in the deck at this point. The deck is... There's still a lot of deck left, but I feel like we've drawn a lot of potions of healing out of there recently, and there's only there's a finite amount in there. There's not very many, and the heroes have a lot of them. And now there's a lot in the discard deck too. Gohan says statistics don't care about your rationale. That's true. They don't care about my dice luck either. I can tell you that. Okay, now we're not going to roll everybody to the staircase. Mordecai is going to circumvent so that he doesn't have to step on that trap, but that is this quest done. So let's do a little bit of quest cleanup, and we'll do all the good stuff. Let me, I've got cards like everywhere, I feel like, so let me get rid of some of this stuff. That goes there, that goes back there, and this one goes here. Unused skills. Those are all items. There's some unused spells. Same thing there. Everything else on here should be an item. There we go. Woo, buddy, what a quest. What a quest. Okay, surviving heroes get 50 coins apiece. That means that we should come out of the quest with 200 coins every time. That is the case this time. That puts us up to 3,755 in the community wallet, which is good. We've got some gold for some tier 2 stuff when we get up to tier 2 stuff with more heroes. Robert is the only one with tier 2 armory at the moment, but we're getting really close with a lot of the other heroes, and they're going to need some pretty expensive stuff that is going to absolutely decimate that number very quickly. In fact, we still don't even have enough gold for the best sword in the game. Okay, the other thing that surviving heroes get, of course, is 2 skill set points, which must be used immediately in one of the 6 skill set categories. There are 10 levels in each of these categories. All of the hero classes are affected by these levels differently, and there is not a reward for every level. We are going to randomize what they get, and I'm going to clean up their character sheets while we're doing it. Oh hey, Johnny Cashless is here. Good to see you. Are you playing another quest tonight? Yes, we actually just finished it. Johnny, you have tuned in exactly like 2 moments late. But good to see you. I hope you're doing good. We'll be playing a quest tomorrow starting at midnight as well. Okay, so Robert, our berserker here, and I'll say it for him, but it applies to everybody, got the absolute crap knocked out of him this time. Everybody used up resources. Just about everybody used a save yourself at the last moment potion or spell. And that doesn't happen very often. It happened tonight. We were in the weeds tonight, that's for sure. This was Robert's 18th quest total. And let's see, his first point tonight is gonna be combat level 8. Combat for a berserker, that's gonna increase his base attack to 4. That means with his bare fists, he's doing 4 dice worth of damage, which is good. That means we can actually sell his battle axe, because until he can afford the best sword in the game, he's capped out. Oh, and Rad Trills is here as well. Hey, Rad. Good to see you too. Hope you're also doing good. Let's just go ahead and sell that now. Now, the battle axe is 450 coins to buy, which means it's going to be 225 coins to sell. So let's just go ahead and add that to us. 60. Oh my gosh, that's math on camera. 60, that's going to be 80, that's going to be 900. So 3,980 is what that puts us at. Actually, I'm not sure that Robert can get the best sword in the game. He might already be tapped out, or topped out, as far as attack goes. I don't remember if that weapon is available to Berserker class. Just punch away, yes! And so he shall. Okay, his second point is gonna be magic skill level 3. He doesn't have very much tree left to go up, so I guess it kind of makes sense that he's working on some magic as well. Now, being that berserkers are not very magical, it takes them a while to get anything. So he doesn't get anything in magic skill until level 5, and even when he gets to that, he needs to pair it with magic memorization level 5 to get a spell. He is currently at level 3 in both, so he's working towards it. Okay, Paya. Now, Paya, I think, is the only one this quest who didn't end up needing to do a last-second save-yourself potion or spell, but she's got a lot of defense dice. She still did absolutely get the crap whacked out of her. Being that she's got so many defense dice, her being so low is kind of ridiculous. This was also her 18th quest total. And she has been around since the very beginning. She kind of made a cameo appearance in episode 1, but she made her first official quest in episode 2. Her first point tonight is going to be Constitution level 9, which is Constitution is giving you body points, and 9 is indeed a reward for her. So she is up to 14 total. And her other point is going to be Machinery level 8. And that makes her our first hero to get Wandering Monsters roll a dice for potential damage before attacking. This is actually a viewer suggestion by Bohemius. I hope Bohemius is doing good. It's actually been a little while since he's said anything in chat anyway. I'm not sure if he's been watching. But this was a suggestion of his for some interesting things we could do in the machinery stuff. It's so new that I'm not even sure where on the skill set thing it is. Trap a Wandering Monster. There you go. So anytime Paya gets a Wandering Monster, we're going to roll a single combat dice, and if it's a skull, that monster takes damage for trying to attack her. So she's essentially figured out how to wire up something to monsters can't surprise her, or it's harder for monsters to surprise her. Basically is what we're getting at there. So interesting, because we've never done that before. That is a brand new mechanic viewer suggested. So looking forward to getting that. All right, Morkai also has an absolute ton of damage to erase here. Morkai did a trial by fire a little bit. This was his 15th total quest. I think Morkai's first appearance was in episode 10. Yeah, because he was our first new hero, not counting Treyas, who replaced a dead hero. They found Morkai in a cave somewhere, trapped by monsters, and saved him. What does it do? They take damage before they attack. Oh, let's go. Okay, yeah. So I assume I answered your question before I saw it on there. Yes, yes. So there's a 50% chance that they will take damage before they attack, is what happens there. Okay, Mordecai's first point tonight. Oh, come on, I'm just trying to pick up a skull tile and I keep dropping it over and over. There we go. His first point is going to be combat level 8. It is crazy how much Mordecai has focused on combat instead of magic skill stuff. For a wizard, combat level 8 is nothing, but he is very close to being allowed to access the broadsword, which will max out his attack. So that will be very handy when he gets it, but no specific reward for level 8. His second point is going towards Constitution level 6. No reward for that, but he will get another body point at level 7. So he's working towards some stuff. Gohan says, just don't forget that die. Yes. And you guys will probably have to remind me if, or at least in the combined brain power of everybody who's watching now who might see a quest with Paya later. I'm going to try my best to remember that, but that is exactly the sort of thing that I will definitely forget. So if anybody ever notices that I didn't do that and should have, don't be afraid to call me out, because I will definitely have meant to. Okay, and Treyas. Boy, Treyas ended that quest on 1 body point. He was getting real unlucky with defense rolls. Now, I think Treyas showed up for the first time in episode 2, I think. But he was our first replacement hero. So we had a wizard hero named Honora that died in episode 1, and Treyas was her replacement. This is his 18th quest. So despite the fact that he wasn't part of the original 9 heroes, he's about as close as you can get without actually being one. His first point tonight is going to be magic skill level 2. For a wizard to have not built magic skill is kind of wild. Let's see. He doesn't get anything in skill till level 4, so he's working towards that. His second point is machinery level 4. Machinery has to do with trap disarm, and there's also no reward for level 4. He's not going to get anything there until level 8 again. So he's working towards some good stuff, absolutely. Okay, that is going to do it for tonight, I think. There's some more quest cleanup to do. And I need to find that, I need to find the dice that went down underneath this thing, yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, I was totally entrenched in thinking about Paya potentially rolling to damage a wandering monster when Gohan says, don't forget that dice. I'm not sure if you were referring to that, or if you were reminding me to get the one that's behind. Either way, it worked. I need to get that dice that's behind this shelf back here now. I'm going to have to, again, get the fly swatter of retrieval and hope that I can fish that thing out of there. All right, but I think we are going to go ahead and close out for tonight. We will be back tomorrow night for the next quest. I have no idea what Quest 5 looks like. There's a chance that we might start it and then finish it on Monday night, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We've been pretty back and forth recently on whether we're finishing a whole quest in a single stream, so maybe we will. It's hard to say. In either case, thank you guys all so much for watching tonight. Really, really appreciate, I mean, literally every second of your time that you guys spend watching here. I couldn't tell you even how much I appreciate it. And tons of you are here all the time. You guys, thank you guys so much, seriously. This is late. It is 2:30 a.m. where I am, just about on the dot. So it is late for me. I know it's not late for everybody watching, but in either case, I really appreciate all of the support. The chats have been awesome. Thanks everybody who's contributed to the conversation tonight. Makes it a lot of fun. Don't forget that we stream literally every single night at midnight Eastern time. I'm pretty sure you can hit the Twitch schedule tab to have that automatically put in your time zone if you're ever curious about when we're starting. We always start at midnight Eastern, right on the dot. We stream quests on Monday, Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday nights. Savannah does painting streams on Sundays and Thursdays, both also at midnight. And then on Wednesday, we have our creative lore world building hangout stream. Boy, last Wednesday, did we get some stuff done. Man, that was a very productive creative stream where we basically totally overhauled the Bard class, just in time too, because it wouldn't surprise me if the Bard is on his first quest tomorrow night. So we'll find out. There's not too many cards left in our random hero deck, so wouldn't surprise me. So come hang out with us anytime you are not busy. You can find us pretty much every single night. So we will definitely be back. You can also hit the YouTube. We have a YouTube where we upload all of the quest episodes, the paint streams, and daily shorts. Those daily shorts are also on TikTok and Facebook. If you'd rather hit us up on either one of those, we're on all that stuff. So pretty much, no matter where you are, you can find us there as well. And until somebody offers to run an Instagram and Twitter for us, we will not be on those. But maybe someday. Rukoro says, I was asleep for a good amount, it kind of crashed hard. Can't blame you there, Rukoro. I have been doing that absolutely every single night recently, so totally get it. I appreciate you dropping in anyway. All right, with that, I think we are good to go. So we will catch you guys tomorrow night for the very next quest. And I know I probably say it too much, but one more time, seriously, thank you guys for watching, and hope to catch you again tomorrow. We'll see you then.